Hola amigos, buenos días, buenas tardes. Estamos hoy aquí en XR Academia, transmitiendo desde Bogotá, Ámsterdam, Brea, Medellín, Cali. ¿Cómo la pasaron ayer? Estuvo increíble, ¿no? Oh, esperen, me hace falta un gorrito aquí. Ahora sí, estamos perfectos. Ya saben, un filtro de realidad aumentada para romper el hielo, para hablar mejor con los que están allá y los que están aquí. Es una forma agradable de compartir y además es realidad aumentada. Entonces, compartimos la necesidad y la importancia de utilizar estas herramientas. Bueno, hoy es un día muy chévere porque además todos los temas que vamos a hablar están relacionados con el arte, con las manualidades. Entonces va a ser súper increíble poderles compartir a todos los participantes y speakers y conferencistas. Va a ser súper genial. Aquí acompañado de Nuestra Señora de los Milagros. Ahí vamos. ¿Listos? Cindy, ya voy para... ¿Cómo están? Sí.
Hola, hola.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Mira, está aquí Luca.
¿Desde dónde estás?
Hola, Luca, ¿cómo estás?
Estamos en la biblioteca de Ámsterdam y es una biblioteca pública. Va a hacer un recorrido.
Súper.
Y aquí se está celebrando el VR Days, el Festival Grande de Realidad Virtual. Y nosotros tenemos una oficina muy chévere en la que vamos a transmitir en vivo. Les voy a mostrar la vista.
Uy, qué vista. Desde Ámsterdam, viajando 3, 2, 1.
Sí, queremos allá.
Ok.
Wow.
Muy lindo.
Súper bueno.
Nada, todos los días.
Vamos a Ámsterdam por los barcos, porque está cerca del agua, porque hay hartos canales. Entonces, yo me voy de aquí al mundo virtual para empezar nuestro programa el día de hoy.
Claro que sí.
Súper, Alexa. Sí, hoy damos la bienvenida entonces para continuar con esta agenda y nuevamente reiteramos el agradecimiento a todo el equipo que ha estado detrás de cámaras y haciendo las presentaciones. Hoy tendremos un día increíble, entonces no se pierdan. Igual va a ser un poco, digamos, corta la presentación, porque pues definitivamente hoy vamos a aprovechar, como le decía Dani, en la línea como de inclusión, humanidades, arte, cine, música. Hoy está muy variado.
Chévere todo.
Sí, está muy variado. Entonces, ¿qué te parece si mostramos ya el mundo virtual? Y yo en un momento me voy porque también me voy a presentar allá.
Aquí estamos. Y entonces recuerden, cuando lleguen a la Val virtual, bueno, vamos a ir tal cual como ustedes llegarían, para que entiendan el camino, porque pueden que estén en el mismo lugar virtual, pero si no están dentro de las oficinas, pues se pierden de las buenas reuniones. Entonces, apenas entren a la Val, van a llegar aquí. Me voy a mutear para que la gente no se moleste. Y ustedes pueden caminar con las flechas hacia adelante, hacia atrás, hacia los lados, ¿sí? Podrían, digamos que caminar hasta allá, pero es muy lejos. Entonces, la forma más fácil es seleccionar ir a y escoger Global Partners Events Floor, ¿sí? Ahí se demora cargando un poquito, pero nos lleva de una vez a la oficina. Y aquí podemos ver todas las empresas que están participando en VR Days, Physics VR Lab, al otro lado hay más, VR In. En esa era donde estábamos ayer, pero hoy vamos a venir por acá. Entonces, podrían ir caminando o la forma fácil es ir en las oficinas, seleccionan XR Academia 9.15 y ahí ya están todos, ya están llegando, ¿sí ven? Y para entrar pues simplemente entran como si estuvieran en un lugar físico. Y esta es tan importante que aprendan a desplazarse porque cuando ustedes estén jugando casi, porque esto es casi un videojuego, pues ustedes van a sentir que se acercan a la persona, la escuchan, pero si ya no quieren escuchar de ella, se alejan, ¿sí? Tal cual como si estuvieran en la presencialidad. Entonces es lo importante de estimular el uso de este tipo de plataformas, porque aunque estemos distanciados, como Alex que está en Amsterdam y nosotros que estamos aquí en Colombia, en Bogotá, pues nos podemos sentir cerca. Entonces es súper chévere. Entonces miren, aquí ya entramos. Y yo voy a dejar de compartir este. Ajá. Listo. Aquí ya estamos. Entonces,
Hello,
saludemos a la
everybody.
gente. Hola, desde Bogotá, Colombia, saludándolos. ¿Cómo han estado? Hello, everyone.
Bueno, súper, Dani. Yo me voy para el mundo virtual porque en un momento voy a presentar la experiencia. Ya nos vemos.
Listo. Chao. Hola, hola. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon.
Morning.
How was everyone?
Thank you. But
Are you having problems with sharing the screen?
I did before, so I changed my computer.
Okay.
Has to do something with Mac.
Hello, everyone.
Ahí llegó Alex. Bienvenida, Alex. Welcome, Alex.
Please, you can sit down and we will start when Daniel coming.
I'm
Daniel.
here.
Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
You listen to me?
Perfect.
Can you
Yeah.
hear me? You can hear me? Please, you can talk. You can.
Yes.
How are you? Ready to start? Danny, you listen me?
Hola, hola, ¿cómo está?
Danny, I cannot hear you.
Hola, Alexa. Ya estoy por acá.
Hola, hello, good morning, good afternoon.
My son.
Good morning. ¿Estoy por acá?
Sí, ¿y usted?
Dani, ¿tú me escuchas? Vale. Ah, sí, seguro. Dani, yo quería hacer una prueba ahorita. Puede ver porque Genialisis estaba funcionando ayer. Vale. Ah, no te veo. Ah, ¿detrás tuyo? Vale. Ya me voy para allá. A ver, voy a aquí. Voy a compartir. Dejé solo pantalla duplicada y no extendida. A ver si de pronto. Es por eso. Pues. Exactamente. Pues mira que así lo tenía ayer. No sé. Ahí se ve, ¿cierto? No te preocupes. Claro. Mira, quiero ver si se está moviendo. Yo aquí lo veo que se está haciendo el movimiento, ¿sabes? Sí. ¿Y ves cuando estoy cambiando la presentación? Ah, ¿están viendo esto?
Hello, you hear me?
A ver, ahí.
Hello.
No, mira que lo tengo minimizado.
Hello.
Lo dejé compartir, a ver.
¿Qué pasó?
Hello.
¿Cerró la puerta?
No se puede cerrar totalmente, pero... Hello.
Mira, Dani, ya lo tengo otra vez.
No totalmente, pues, nos quedamos encerrados. Hello.
How can we turn our head while we're sitting?
¿Se ve, Dani? Ya lo
Trying to
minimicé.
connect, but it's not.
No, mira.
When you connect, it's supposed to appear something.
Hello.
Yeah, I asked you my
Your number?
Yeah,
Ya
I was
minimicé
about to do that, but then
You got your number?
stopped. Yeah. I almost did it, but then this thing stopped. Okay.
Full of people.
It appears?
Sí, no deja tardar.
Daniel, ¿me escucha?
Está diciendo que sí.
Ah,
Sí,
yo no los escucho.
Daniel, está diciendo que sí. Daniel, ¿me escuchas?
sí.
No, no los escucho. No sé por qué.
Yo estoy aquí cambiando las diapositivas. ¿Se ve, Dani? Lo compartí con el enlace. Sí. Y cuando cambio no se mueve. No, pero ¿por qué? Tan raro.
Hola.
¿No?
So my turn now? Ah, sorry.
Hello, you can hear me?
Ahora, Dani, lo compartí con el escritorio completo. Que ayer yo vi que un compañerito lo compartió y yo ya lo había compartido en otro evento de Laval, y si me permite, pero no sé por qué tan raro. ¿No?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yo lo estoy corriendo, ya lo quité.
Habla.
Y mira que yo lo quité, ¿no? Yo presenté hace poco en un Laval así igualito, yo lo tengo en 2 pantallas. Y mira que lo quité. Voy a dejarlo solo en una pantalla a ver qué pasa. Voy a dejarlo como pantalla extendida.
¿Y nos escuchan? Ok.
¿Me escuchan a mí?
Perfect. Hello, everybody.
Ya no escucha, Daniel.
Yo sí escucho.
Alex no escucha.
Alexa sí escucha porque yo los escucho. It's very cold
Good.
here. We are very happy to be together with Luca, with Alexa, and with me here together in a physical space. So, and we are also in a very similar table. So it's funny that at my right, I also have Daniel virtually, but at my right, I have Alexa. In front of me, I have Gis Momers. Nice to meet you. And I also have Luca in front of me. So it's double reality. I don't know how to say, but it's funny. Alexa is also almost coming in virtually. What about everyone else?
Which one? We have 4 screens.
Sí. ¿Tú estás poniendo la pantalla, Daniel, de mi presentación? Sí. Sí, yo
Technological
también la veo que
resources.
se está... Cámbiala. Y si se ve perfecto. Bueno, yo voy de segundas, pero para que pongamos la agenda, te voy a enviar la agenda del día de hoy, ¿sí?
Hello,
Pero la
Aracon.
actualizada.
Hello. Hear us?
You can hear me now?
Yes. And you?
Yes.
Ah, perfect. Okay, let's start with the conference with our presentation of the day 2. You have already the presentation, Cindy?
Le envié la agenda a Daniel. Ahí está.
Yes, perfect. Okay, Cindy, let's be in front here for the better record. Come to here. And I think it's better if we remove the chairs because we are a little bit too full in our room. Okay, thank you for coming today. We start the presentation. Okay, we start the presentation. Welcome to XR Academia 2021. Today is our second day. We are physical in Bogota, Cali, Medellin, Amsterdam, and today is November 17, 2021. And we are happy to continue with the second international conference on immersive technology, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and artificial intelligence focused in education, research, and innovation company.
Muy buenos días para todos y todas. Bienvenidos a nuestro segundo día de nuestro gran evento de XR Academy 2021, en donde pues estamos en la línea precisamente de tecnologías inmersivas en diferentes campos de aplicación a nivel de realidad virtual, aumentada, mixta, inteligencia artificial, y nuestro enfoque de este evento, ¿cierto? Continuando con la versión número 2, es a nivel de educación, investigación, innovación, diferentes a nivel de compañías y sector educativo. Bueno, en pantalla estamos viendo los patrocinadores, ¿cierto? Que nos están acompañando y socios dentro de toda la presentación. Agradecemos a todo el equipo que está apoyando la transmisión y por supuesto al VR Days, que nos permitió, el equipo del VR Days, que nos permitió también vincularnos a estos días de presentación y experiencia en diferentes sectores.
We are thank you for our sponsors, Immersive Tech Week, VR Days, Breda University, Universidad del Bosque, Tilbury University, Universidad Pontificia Javeriana de Cali, Sadilar, ETSAR Col, Universidad EAFIT y ETSAR Latam. Also, we have another partners, some universities like UTPL from Universidad de Antioquia, Justin Studio, Cambar, Aroa Studio, 360, Citrial, Armadillo, Multimedia and Production Audiovisual, and Narrar el Futuro. ¿Entendéis?
Daniel, pues es que este espacio es como la presentación de nuestro ambiente virtual, que estamos aquí en Laval Virtual, donde estamos desarrollando la presentación de nuestras experiencias.
Yeah, we are very happy to show we developed this conference in the Laval Virtual, and this is our second day. In our introduction, we want to talk today about the next book, our ETSAR Academia publication. We already received all the papers, we make a selection process, we already have 13 chapters for this book, and we are very happy because it was a collaboration publication between countries and institutions and be in two languages, in English and Spanish. And we expecting you can read the articles in the coming year, especially in the first months. Now we are in design process of the book, but the book will be coming accessible for everyone soon.
Bueno, pues digamos que en la línea del evento que estamos presentando, y pues de todo surgió desde el primer encuentro, ¿cierto? La primera conferencia internacional de XR Academia. Tenemos como resultado efectivamente próximamente la publicación de nuestro libro, en donde participamos pues diferentes presentadores que desarrollan investigaciones y trabajos a nivel de diferentes partes del mundo. Actualmente la publicación va a tener 13 capítulos y también va a tener la posibilidad de vincular artículos en español y en inglés. Esto es algo muy importante de resaltar porque es una publicación colaborativa entre países e instituciones. Por supuesto, allí está pues todo el equipo que está participando nuevamente en este evento y que han presentado, así como lo dijimos en la versión número 1, la importancia de publicar las experiencias para darlas a conocer a nivel internacional y por supuesto nacional. Entonces, pues invitamos a que estén súper atentos a esta publicación, que próximamente va a estar allí disponible para compartir y leer todas esas experiencias que se están dando en la línea de realidad virtual aumentada, mixta e inteligencia artificial.
We start with our first speaker of today. She is Sara Darshi?
Yes,
Dusty. She is coming from the institutional company Cardiff Metropolitan University, and she is now here. And let's listen her conference today.
Hoy tendremos como primera ponente, bienvenida Sara Dashi. Ella viene desde Cardiff Metropolitan University, va a presentar una experiencia en realidad virtual, entonces vamos a escuchar atentamente a Sara. Bienvenida Sara, y un aplauso para ti.
Welcome Sara, please press the F4 for Sara. Thank you. Give me a second, Sara. I want to... you can start, Sara.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Give me a second, Sara, please.
Sorry.
Vamos a leer el perfil, ya lo tengo aquí.
Yeah.
Listo.
You can start.
Entonces, ¿lo presento en español y luego tú en inglés?
Yeah.
Bueno, Sara Dashi.
Start?
No, just a second. We want to introduce you.
Sara Dashi es una ciudadana kuwaití nacida en Seattle, Washington, Estados Unidos, en 1984. Obtuvo una licenciatura en Educación Artística de la Facultad de Educación Básica en el Departamento de Educación Artística de Kuwait en el 2006. En el 2018 obtuvo una maestría en cerámica de la Escuela de Arte y Diseño de la Universidad Metropolitana de Cardiff. Actualmente es becaria de doctorado de estudios de diseño y tecnología creativa en la Universidad Metropolitana de Cardiff, en Reino Unido. Además, tiene una larga trayectoria de experiencia docente trabajando en las escuelas públicas de Kuwait en educación artística durante los últimos 15 años y fue promovida como directora especialista. Brevemente, este es el perfil. Alexa.
Sara Dachi is a Kuwaiti citizen born in Seattle, Washington, United States. In 1984, she received a bachelor's degree in art education from the College of the Basic Education in Art Education Department. And she is aware of the master's degree in ceramics for Art and Design School at Cardiff Metropolitan University. Currently a PhD scholar in Design Studies and Creativity Technology at Cardiff Metropolitan University, Wales, United Kingdom. Also, she has a long journey of teaching experience working in Kuwait, public schools and art education over the past 50 years and was promoted as head teacher specialist. Welcome, Sara, and we are happy to get you in here. And please, you can start.
Thank you all. Thank you all for attending my presentation, and I'm really glad to have this opportunity to share my research with my team. Today we're going to discuss a digital twin for virtual pottery. It's something new for me to try to simulate a traditional pottery using some creative technology. So what we are trying to do is try to introduce virtual pottery in a more like a different way. It's about a novel system and fabrication technique for virtual pottery, trying to simulate the traditional pottery making, I mean the physical normal way of artists. Using the concept of digital twin technology, integrating cyber and physical spaces. And this approach uses creative technology in the art field to develop human intelligence as well as performance, especially during COVID now. So digital twin is how we represent it in our research is a digital representation of physical object process be considered as a digital replica, as we can see here, a digital replica of the physical object in the world. So they are all the same object developing through realities, VR or 3D, as well as the physical reality. So here we see the motivation of this project. So there are some existing virtual pottery applications, but they are limited to some tools. What we're like doing here in this project is using more than one virtual application and integrating it with 3D modeling applications, then introducing some novel volumetric texture to the object that is not being done in virtual pottery application until now, as well as experiencing some new material, ceramic resin. And finally, we will have a physical object that is linked back again to the digital world. So here is, as we can see, it's the same object. It's here virtually been made and added texture through 3D modeling application. And then we have the object this is normally done if we have a physical object, the project is done at that level. But what we are doing is make this texture is interactive again using AR technology. So it's linked back digitally. So we are creating a link through digital twin concept. So this is the proposed method. As we can see from the left, we are using a normal VR application on a wheel, throwing on the wheel. This is what artists use, some kind of approach. A wheel is turning and we have like digital clay shaping it, but it stands on only that step. So we try to extend it using the same file. It can be any exchange file, STL, OBJ, any file, and then taking it, importing it to a different VR application to extend the mesh count, to have like more layers. If maybe somebody don't understand what's a mesh count, you can see we are pulling the layers here from the main object, trying to create more deformation to the object. And then we move, export, and then import the object into a 3D modeling software. And we can see we're having a volumetric texture, and this is actually a novel texture. It's a sound resonance texture. It's the vibration. When you have it with liquid, you will have some kind of shapes appearing. So we're trying to freeze that shape and apply it on the object. So here we can see a link. It's an exchange file. We use an STL file, and then here a tool where we can fix what all of the application showed us some errors. We can fix it here in the 3D tool, for example, using Blender tool, and finally doing our own support structure, because this is like a very organic forms with a lot of deformation. So it's very hard for an automation of the slicing printer to put. So we are trying to do our own support structure that can be reused after printing as well, because you know ceramics, normal ceramics have to go to a firing process. And then here we have, like, this is a prototype using a UV resin. And here it's more explanation of what we have seen of the previous slide. So normal VR pottery application, they have throwing wheels here, but they don't have the hand building factor of that as a tool. So I had to bring another application to extend, as we said, extend the mesh, making more deformation of pull. And more, we have here more tools, like normal traditional tools. So the integration of two applications. And then we have to use a texture. So we have to have a 3D modeling software. So we can see here the link. They are all linked using, for example, this is not a compulsory. We have to use a STL file. It can be any exchange files with the user's choice of the applications. And these are all creating, as we said, a link. And this is the digital twin link concept coming. And this is very good for, if you cannot develop an application, you can go like a way around it and create a bi-directional virtual pottery fabrication method. You can go back and forward just using importing and exporting the object. And here's some of our prior workflow design. We have used here, this is like a prototype, doing a VR model, then adding the texture, adding some experimental tree support. Here we have the physical object prototype, and then moving it to a more of a new extending this concept with the AR technology. And then the prototype is linked again, as we can see here, some texture. It's an audio visualizer. You can hear as well as see what's happening there. This is a sound deformation texture, and this is very good to linking the object back into the digital reality. But we have some challenges that may be asked. Can the users use different tools and devices? Does the system probably operate with collaborative groups? Let's say we have a session of a teacher and students training. All of them, they have to have the same tool. I mean, the VR kit or the applications. And can the basic user analyze the errors of the virtual model with the VP system of our research? Is it good enough, or they will have some issues? So this is some good perspective for a study on usability. So to sum up, the hypothesis is designing a track digital twin system link for virtual pottery modeling and fabrication, designing an application implementation, creating an object with mixed reality through VR, multiple tools, improving virtual experience, and developing deformable concept of VP system with 3D object and fabrication. Here is quickly a prior result. We have result 1, 2, 3. 1, as we've seen before, with augmented reality. Here we use some ceramic resin with our novel texture. And here where we try to extend with multiple VR application the count of mesh. And this is some of the constraints. We have some issues with COVID-19, especially with the VR kits, and using different tools. So the solution, work group remotely, and tools can be found like maybe in research educational faculties. They are similar there. And here what the future work using XR Blender as a tool that will maybe have a good outcome, and do some more study with users and do more publications. Thank you all, and thank you for listening. And please, if you have any questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please, you can press F4 of your computer, or where is your name? You can put clap.
Okay, and also I would like if we can organize a little bit so everybody can go pretend this is a rowing and go against the wall, please, like towards the wall, so we can give space. Remember, this is a virtual space, so we really don't need our bodies to be separated. And then if you see at the top right of the screen, there is a zoom symbol. So you can really see pretty well the presentation wherever you are in each every place of the room you are. So we can let more people come in. Okay, so please go against the wall as much as possible, and then you just press the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And thank you, Sarah. And someone have a question for Sarah? No? Everything clear? And Sarah,
Yes.
what is your next project, or what do you want to achieve with what you have now?
What do you mean? What I want to achieve for the future?
Yeah.
Hopefully, we can develop our own virtual pottery application that contains all of that in one application.
Super, super. I hope so. Everyone in here want to help to Sarah to the project. She now is located in UK. Is right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you can contact with her. You can find her in LinkedIn, and also in here in the lab where you can send a message to her. And thank you so much. We can press F4. And our next speaker is Indey. And Sarah, she make the article in our book. It's true, Sarah?
Yes.
And you can read what the Sarah wrote about the project, and this will be available in around January or February of the next year. And it's free and open access in English and in Spanish. We are waiting for Cindy. Cindy is here. You can be here and put the second article. It's about inclusion, and it was developed in Colombia. And please, you can. Sorry. Is Cindy here?
Aquí estoy, Alexa, tranqui. Quien va a compartir pantalla es Daniel, que no sé por qué me está molestando.
Okay. I'm very happy to introduce Cindy. Cindy is one of the organizers of this EdSAR Academia. It's our second event. And Cindy es licenciada en Diseño Tecnológico, magíster en Tecnologías de la Información aplicadas a la educación, doctora en Educación Inclusiva, tercer semestre doctorado en la Formación para la Diversidad en la Universidad de Manizales, docente de Tecnología Informática del Colegio Enrique Olaya Herrera, directora de la Maestría en Educación Inclusiva de la Universidad del Bosque, líder de semilleros de investigación y es una de las ganadoras del Global Award 2020 como una de las mujeres reconocidas en Latinoamérica y especialmente en Colombia. Y tenemos el placer de verla a ella ahora en inglés. Un segundito.
Listo, gracias.
And she, Cindy, has a bachelor in design, also have a master in technology and technology with application in education, and she's a doctor in inclusive education, and now she's one of the winner of the Global Award of 2020 Woman in the category of Rising Star and the National and International, and also have another award of Best Teacher in all Iberoamerica 2020. Welcome, Cindy, and I'm very glad to have you in here.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. Thank you, Dani. Okay, in English and Spanish, okay?
Okay.
Okay, greetings from Colombia, Bogotá, and Del Bosque University. And what did you say we are going to travel? First to the moon. Okay, Dani, continue. Let's travel with me, okay? First, trip to the moon. Second, feet off the ground. 3, trip to Mars, and next destination, okay? Let's start with the trip to the moon. I want to ask you if you know the Colombian Andrea Guzmán Meza. Quisiera preguntar si conocen a Andrea Guzmán Meza.
No.
No. No. Okay, Andrea Guzmán Meza is a woman, Colombian woman, through astrophysics helps to make visible other Colombian women. Are dedicated to science, and I call her mom, tell her I called with the doctorate, and she always told her, you can. Andrea Guzmán grew up in the neighborhood of the town of Kennedy in Bogotá, Colombia, and she studied in the public school in Colombia. She was interested in language from an early age, so her mother recommended watching an English language TV show, so she could learn the language. The TV show is named Cosmos by Carl Sagan, and that was the prelude to her love of astrology. And at his school, he had the opportunity to belong to the astronomy group, which allowed him to learn a little more about that passion that was beginning to grow inside him. With the help of Colombian planetary geologist Adriana Campo, Andrea Guzmán and her school group traveled to the United States to visit NASA. Andrea Guzmán nació en Kennedy, en Bogotá, Colombia. Estudió en un colegio público y ella estuvo interesada desde muy pequeña en los idiomas, en aprender inglés. Y su mamá le recomendó la serie de televisión Cosmos de Carl Sagan para que pues pudiera aprender y practicar inglés. Y esto fue lo que le dio a ella como la base para querer o amar la astronomía y la astrología. Entonces, pues efectivamente ella en su colegio se pudo unir a un grupo de astronomía y allí pudo empezar a aprender un poco acerca de este tema. Gracias a al apoyo de Adriana Campo, Andrea Guzmán y su grupo de colegio viajaron a Estados Unidos a visitar la NASA. Andrea se preguntó, why did I know more Colombian women who bet on science and especially astronomy? So she decided to create a platform called Colombians Doing Research in Astroscience, CHIA, who was main objective is to make visible Colombian women scientists in the world. In the same interview for Forbes magazine, she commented, building a more inclusive and egalitarian society is a complex task that should be everyone equally anterior than I. But we as women science have the opportunity to live it. That is why, together with a group of Colombian astrophysical women, we are joining efforts for a platform called CHIA. So far, this platform has found about 10 Colombian researchers working in astroscience around the world. Andrea se preguntó y ella tomó la decisión de decir por cuántas personas o cuántas mujeres alrededor del mundo se preocupaban o estaban investigando acerca de astrociencias y estaban haciendo proyectos de investigación. Entonces, ella planteó una propuesta de mujeres haciendo ciencia pues, alrededor del mundo. Ella lo denominó CHIA, por sus siglas, ¿cierto? En inglés. Y ella, pues su objetivo es hacer visible el trabajo de estas mujeres a nivel del mundo, de estas mujeres en la línea. Ahora sí, continúa, Dani. Upon landing on Earth, we recognize the multiple forms of motivation, representation and expression and action, articulating 4 important elements for creation. Promote the identification of problems and needs in the context, enhance skills from beyond knowing, doing, applying to inclusion, use software and hardware adjusted to the proposed project, and create inclusive educational resources. Just as Andrea Guzmán had the opportunity to be inspired to fulfill her dreams through a research setback at school. From the reason today as a teacher of grade 10 and 11 school children, I want to motivate them to create to help. Con los pies en la tierra, tenemos las múltiples formas de motivación, representación, expresión y acción, articulando 4 elementos importantes. Promover la identificación de problemas y necesidades del contexto, desarrollar habilidades en el hacer, el saber y en el crear, ¿cierto? Para aplicados a la educación, usar software y hardware ajustado a los proyectos identificados en el contexto y crear recursos educativos inclusivos. Así como Andrea nos inspiró a que se pueden cumplir los sueños desde la investigación para crear un semillero. La traducción de semillero es un poco compleja, Alexa. Yo siempre lo he encontrado como seedbed o hotbed research, pero pues bueno, ahí está como un poco la representación. Y, por supuesto, hoy estoy como profe, quise potenciar la propuesta con los estudiantes de grado 10º y 11 de un colegio, no, pues digamos con la articulación de educación superior. In a role as prosumers who want to create resource, ideas, content, strategies, and of course takes advantage of emerging technologies from various areas. I would like you to tell me what inspired you, what motivated you, or when was the moment to make the decision to be here today in this field at XR Academy. Quisiera preguntarle a ustedes, ¿en qué momento tomaron la decisión que los llevó a estar hoy aquí en XR Academy? Que encontraron ese punto que les gustó, que les motivó a estar aquí en XR Academy. What was the moment to make the decision to be here today in this field at XR Academy? ¿Será que me abrieron los micrófonos y me contaron? ¿Alguien?
I like it is because we want to go to the metaverse, the virtual worlds, and this is look like and the future metaverse. What are you thinking?
I think I like that the fact that we are getting together from different cultures from all around Latin America, also from Europe and other places as well. So we are really building something together, and based on science. So it's pretty nice.
Thank you. Other person, right? Continue the presentation, okay? While sharing your comments, I would like to present to implement in my students the role of create and are the 3 principles of universal design of learning. Number 1, multiple forms of motivation, affective networks, way of learning. This principle seeks to maintain the interest of people from the different roles. And second, next version, Annie. Multiple forms of action and expression, strategic networks, how to learn. Principle allows us to recognize the different ways in which we express ourselves and communicate. Text, voice, drawing, movie, music, and next, multiple forms of representation and recognition networks. What of learning? Language and symbols. Here comes the importance of learning sign language of the respective country, case Colombian Sign Language, and the Braille language code. The 4 phases we use to create digital and analog resources are continue, Danny, and inquire or investigate, recognizing context, and reality. If you know reality, we can propose ideas and results that respond to needs. And project, propose the results, the strategy. Life the experience, use the results with the select group, and evaluate the process, see the results when implementing the results. Son las 4 fases que creamos desde el Diseño Universal para Aprendizaje, DUO, para crear recursos digitales análogos. El primero, indagar o investigar, reconocer el contexto y la realidad para proponer desarrollar una propuesta de ideas y recursos, pero desde la que respondan a las necesidades. Proyectar, proponer un recurso, una estrategia de acuerdo a ese contexto. Vivir la experiencia, usar los recursos para ese grupo seleccionado específicamente y valorar el proceso para ver los resultados de la implementación de los recursos. Continúen. After all this context comes a little the face of the characters intensamente. Continue? Well, our propose, and I say our as a teacher, that they by supports the students of the school and the university. We consider that to all these contexts that today I share, we must activate the sense from the auditory, the visual and the kinesthetic, recognizing the diversity of everyone, the space where we create the resource at the seedbeds or hotbeds of research at the school and the university. Listen, feel, and see. Continue, Dani. Continue. This is a hotbed research of a school and university. And the first video.
Aquí en Colombia, hoy,
Lo puedes
15 de mayo.
silenciar y puedes ir moviendo un poquito hacia donde se ve la aplicación. Es que quería ver esa parte. Ahí. Pedacito, perfecto. In the video, we can observe an experience of taking back the media, such as television and radio, to be able to teach all those who are disconnected in this time. At the same time, integrating the use of emerging technologies, such as augmented reality to teach the Colombian Sign Language, that allow to enhance the Colombian Sign Language with multi-sensory resources that enable you to activate the sense of touch when interacting with physical resources and take advantage of mobile apps to see the internet. Continue the next video.
Cindy, we are run of the time. Please, you have 1 minute to finish. Yeah.
Dios. Next video. Dani, para no demorarnos. This is example of different resources of promote to teach the Colombian Sign Language and Braille is activate to the senses, the visual and kinesthetic, recognize the diversity of everyone. Next video. The example of the mobile application. In virtual augmented reality. Next. The next video is this example with the students. We are also working on artificial intelligence strategies. So the virtual machine to learn Colombian Sign Language. In this video I want to share something wonderful that we are working with my students of the El Bosque University, Carolina Perico. Adelántalo, Dani, ¿vale? Adelante. We are developing a virtual classroom for the students who need to enhance the learning of their second language, Spanish, read and writing. The deaf students, the first language is a Colombian Sign Language, and second language is Spanish in this case. Next. Next. Voy a seguir el último porque rápidamente. This work over here and the proposal is called Sign Teaching and developing interactive resources, gamificate resource to enhance the learning of the second language of the Colombian students. We are also working on an application to support families who have children with hearing or hearing loss to stimulate their visual strength from an early age. This project is under construction and we will show at XR Academia 2022. Our next destination will to continue creating health, growing with other disciplines, college, university, schools, and technologies. Finally, the next destination. And my recommendation is as a follow to power of mind allows we need to show that we can go against a lot. A great song and motivation. We never stop, don't stop believing to journey. Go to the ACDC concert, the Transmedia Narrative book by Carlos Escolari, the Wonder Book. We are unique and visit the most incredible place in the world. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Indame. You can comment preparing Gisler courses.
Yes.
And we're very happy. And what do you next project of inclusion you want to do?
The next project is virtual classroom of deaf people and learning second language. And other project is a proposal. The next year is a gamification resources and learning on second language. Otro proyecto es que no sé cómo se dice hipoacusia o bajo nivel auditivo, siendo un proyecto para familias que tienen esto, digamos, es como low hearing o hearing loss, to stimulate their visual strength for early age the next year.
Sounds amazing. Okay, welcome to Gisler. Please, you can come to here in front of the stage. And we can please press F4. You can dancing also too. There are dancing button in your name. You click what is your name and you can dancing. Wow. Very happy avatars. Okay, perfect. Gisler. How I pronounce your name? I cannot pronounce your name.
Yes, pronounced Gisler.
Gisler. Sorry, Gisler. Gisler was born in Cali, Colombia, in 1983. He received a degree in computer engineer from the University Autónoma de Occidente in Cali, Colombia, in 2010, and currently in 2021 is a final semester student of master degree in computer and system engineer from the Universidad del Valle, Colombia. His current research interests include visual reality for psychotherapy, development of haptic designs, and development of virtual reality and augmented reality experience. And we are very happy because Gisler have one of the amazing articles for the publication on the book, XR Academia, and you are one of the chapter owner. And I want to explain today what kind of the charter is consists on, what is your project about, and also everyone can contact Gisler for the article. You can read the article in the next January or February of the next year, and after we're talking about the publication, what is the future of the publication, how we can publish in VR, AI, in our book, and also be open science. Welcome, Gisler.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So this one question is presenting right now. Should I screen my Zoom?
No, you need to present yourself. You need to click where is the screen, and you upload. You can see a window next to you, and you can upload your presentation.
Okay.
Or you can share the screen. How you feel better?
Okay. So sorry, where is the sharing screen? Just. Hmm? Yes. Okay, hold on. It's in the left, right?
Arriba a la derecha con una lupa pueden acceder a mirarlo cerca. Y luego abajo a la derecha dice, pero él habla español, ¿no? Abajo a la derecha, los botones.
Left screen. Okay. Yes. Okay, hold on. Yeah, so that panel, okay, and share my screen. Okay, see now, sharing my desktop.
You can find?
Okay, let me know if you're seeing my screen right now, please. Okay, cool. It's now open. Can you see it? Oh, okay. You're seeing minimize level. Okay, let me know if. What about now? You're seeing my desktop? Okay. Hold on. I'm going to move this to another screen. Wait a minute, please. I have only just one screen, so I think it will be better if I load my presentation.
Okay, and sorry, a message. Cindy and Sarah need to click in the menu where it says Roundtable Day 5, and you need to go where it says Publishing Our Projects of Virtual Reality and AI. You go there, and you can talk with the people who are there interested in the publication, and the rest we stay here for the conference of ESAR Academia. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, now it's loading.
You can you upload your presentation here?
Yes, it's saving conversion. Now it's generating. Yeah, let me know if now there. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Gisler Garces from the Multimedia and Computer Vision Lab from Universidad del Valle. I will present our research project called a virtual reality application with haptic feedback as a psychotherapy tool for schizophrenia. As co-researchers is Maria Trujillo and Juan Carlos Rivas Nieto. What is SchizoHaptic? That is an application that uses virtual reality and haptic feedback as a therapy proposal to treat and study the schizophrenia. What is haptic feedback? Haptic feedback, or haptics, is the use of touch to communicate with users. Most people know the feeling of a vibration in a mobile phone. That means that not only can you touch a device, but the device can touch you back. That's basically haptics. We build a custom haptic gloves using Arduino and mini vibrating motors per finger. We also use the lip motion for hand tracking, and we have a requirement of lowering the cost of the system, so we use Oculus DK2 head-mounted display. Let's talk about the schizophrenia itself. Psychosis is an abnormal condition of the mind that results in difficulties determining what is real and what is not real. Schizophrenia is a type of psychosis. The schizophrenia symptoms are classified from a psychiatric perspective as positive and negative symptoms. Positive symptoms are delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech, and negative symptoms are flattened affect, reduced speech, and lack of initiative. All these affect the social skills of the patient. Schizophrenia does not have a cure yet, but to reduce symptoms, the patient can be treated with a combination of medicines and therapy. In recent years, the virtual reality therapy appears as an alternative. We conducted a systematic review about virtual reality therapy and schizophrenia. We discovered that virtual reality therapy has been widely used since 2000s. In 2003, VR in treating acrophobia among other fears. In 2008, there were some proposals of treating schizophrenia using virtual reality as a new paradigm. In 2017, there were more than 44 VR studies about schizophrenia and related problems. In 2019, a proof of concept to start using virtual reality and haptics to improve anxiety symptoms. So our proposal is based on avatar therapy as a touching experiment. The psychiatrist selects the avatars that will appear in the scene for the patient, selecting which avatars are real and which are illusions. Hold on, please. Real avatars produce haptic feedback in every finger of the patient, and the avatars that are illusion doesn't. Patients has to use touch to differentiate between the real avatar and the illusions, while psychiatrist conducts the therapy taking notes in the system, and this data will be analyzed later. Currently, this is the future work. We have a pending approval study with real patients. This study will be directed by Juan Carlos Rivas, doctor, with a team of psychiatrists at the Hospital Departamental Psiquiátrico Universitario del Valle in Cali, Colombia. Part of this team, of psychiatrist team, is Dr. Angela Chaos and was Giselle Perez. Unfortunately, Giselle died on November 6, a few days ago. She was helping to improve the system in order to be used with real patients. Our heart is broken right now. We send our condolences to her family, and we will miss her so much. So thank you very much, Giselle. Thank you, and thanks. So with that ends my presentations. Let me know if you have any questions, and thank you. Muchas gracias. Gracias.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And tell me, how is the Cali now?
Oh, currently it's not so hot as we used to be, but yeah, it's pretty well right now.
I think Andres is one of organizer here, Andres Navarro, and he's from Cali, and I'm very happy we can be in contact with Gisler for the next year and also for the publication, and because in one part of Colombia is Cali and also part is Medellin, and it's very difficult to find people in this kind of region. It's more famous, it's more normal in Bogota, but I'm very glad, Gisler, you are in here. And also we can learn about what you are doing. And for continue the schedule, everything we're making here, because in the round table, I don't want to move all yours to the round table. And then we continue here with the topic of artificial intelligence. This is the topic of publication in VR. And we continue with artificial intelligence. Thank you, Gisler. And coming please on the stage, Luca. And sorry, and someone have a question for until Luca is try to put the presentation in the screen. Someone have a question about the presentation? No? You can type in too, and I can read your question. No, don't worry. Okay, we have a Luca. I read the biography of Luca. Okay, Luca Cuartesan. How I pronounce your last name, Luca?
Cuartesan.
Okay, Cuartesan. Okay, he's machine learning researcher at Traverse Research and Programming Instructor at Breda University of Applied Science. At Traverse Research Machine Learning Based Solution to Enchain Rendering. Él es investigador. Sigue, Cindy.
Luca Cuartesan es investigador de Machine Learning en Traverse Research and Programming, instructor en la Universidad de Ciencias Aplicadas de Breda. En Traverse, él hace investigación de Machine Learning basada en soluciones para mejorar la representación. ¿Sí? Eso es la presentación. Bienvenido, Luca, en este encuentro de XR Academia.
Hello. Yeah, wait, I was about to. Yeah. All right. One second. All right, perfect. Does it work? Can everyone hear me? Awesome. Welcome everyone. Today I'm going to give you an overview on machine learning enhanced graphics. I'm Luca, a machine learning researcher at Traverse Research here in the Netherlands, in Breda. And I'm also working for BUAS as a programming instructor while I'm also doing my master in game technology there. Goal for graphics is to, of course, achieve photorealistic graphics, high resolution and high refresh rate, and that is scalable to a variety of devices, which means that we can run seamlessly from desktop to mobile devices, VR, and so on and so forth without major changes. This talk is going to be about how machine learning can push graphics even further for what we already have, and I'll show you where the current research is going. First, I'm going to quickly talk about some current hardware advances on the hardware side. They're actually allowing us to do in this direction. First of all, well, for a while we had the GPUs now, graphics computing unit, and recently, thanks to NVIDIA, we also have GPUs specialized for not updating. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sure. Sorry. There it is. Sharing it. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Wait, sorry. Can you see it now? All right. Where were we? Oh, yeah, we were here. So, as I was saying, in the recent years, we had some advances in the hardware from the hardware point of view, where we got especially from NVIDIA, GPUs that have specialized hardware for ray tracing. The algorithm for rendering that allows for more realistic scenes that what we have had this whole time, usually in games. Then we also have seen growth in cloud solutions, where you can stream applications or games on different devices from the cloud. And also recently NVIDIA announced released Cloud XR for streaming on 5G and Wi-Fi to VR and AR devices. And finally, we also have specialized hardware for machine learning, particular NVIDIA Tensor cores, which are on all the GeForce RTX cards. And also Google Tensor announced their specialized hardware for machine learning on mobiles, which is going to be released with their new Pixel Pro. So we have a lot of traction from the hardware point of view on actually having both part of our computing for machine learning and graphics. So let's see how we can leverage both. First of all, yes, this talk in the title says machine learning, but I'm mostly going to show examples that actually use neural networks. Neural networks are a subset of machine learning techniques that kind of tries to mimic how the neural network in our brain works. And that's why they're called artificial neural network. I'm not gonna talk to you about, explain you how this works, but I just want you to think about it as a black box, as a process where we give an input and we get something out. For example, we give an image and we get a class out, like we give an image of a cat and we get class that should be a cat, right? There are also two important properties for neural networks, especially for graphics. They are on fixed side and on fixed compute, so we know beforehand what's the performance of the neural network, especially after it is trained. And we can put it in different places in the rendering pipeline. And we're actually going to see in the next slides where in the rendering pipeline this can go. The rendering pipeline usually consists in a 3D scene representation, geometry, materials, and lights, and the camera. We pass together the scene and the camera to a rendering algorithm, and we get an image out, right? So let's see where we can actually implement machine learning here. The first and easiest one, it's probably at the very end. And we've seen a lot of work on super sampling and upsampling, which consists in increase the resolution of an image or a video. And we're interested in this because it allows us to have higher frame rates on devices, because a renderer, instead of rendering, for example, a 4K image, it just renders a 180p image, and then a neural network does the separate sampling and actually outputs a 4K. Again, allows us for higher performance and using a neural network in tandem with graphics. Another direction is actually in representing scenes, neural networks. The problem of inverse graphics, the topic of inverse graphics, of course, the inverse of what graphics does. Graphics takes a 3D scene and the camera and creates an image out of it. Inverse graphics takes one or multiple images and try to build a 3D that created that image that we provided. One of the specific tasks, problems of inverse graphics is trying to solve is novel view synthesis. When we give a lot of images from different angles of a certain scene, and we want to reconstruct this scene from this limited amount of images. And we've seen a lot of results in this, a lot of traction, and especially NeRFs, stands for neural radiance fields. There have been a lot of research in the past 2 years on this specific topic and how to improve it. But yeah, it allows us to represent photorealistic scenes from a set of images that we provide. Then we can also represent simply the geometry or maybe even the textures. We see that, for example, we can compress the memory footprint of texture images with neural network. We've seen that with this paper called Acorn. That is capable of compressing gigapixel images and very complex 3D models to a way smaller size. This consists in the entire network representing the scene and has to be trained on the system. And we'll instead see other examples. For example, the one on the bottom, AutoLOD, that tries to minimize the amount of triangles, because usually we represent a 3D model, a mesh, computer graphics with a collection of triangles. And we want to make it so that we use the least amount of triangles possible to represent something that it's very similar to our target. And for example, here we see that we go from 5.1 billion to 20 million triangles, which is we also can encode materials using neural network. For example, let's say that we want to use real-life captures to create our materials. Usually, we don't really do this. We convert them into textures, and we use different maps to represent different features of our materials. But we can actually use real-life captures. In this case, I'm showing you BFs, which stands for bidirectional texture functions. This consists in with the machine that I'm showing on the bottom. It consists in 2 robotic arms, one with a camera and one with a light, go around our material or object, and they keep recording different images with different light condition, and it maps. They try to map how the material behaves under different light condition and under different camera view angles. We can use this in rendering, in graphics, but this is extremely expensive because, of course, we use a lot of images to represent all these. But we can use a neural network for this. And for example, the paper called NewMIP that has been released here shows exactly how to do that with neural networks while still being able to integrate it with a normal rendering pipeline. Then we have production rendering. Production rendering is the type of rendering usually used for movies or TV series of the sort, where we don't really care about having real-time performance, that we can move around and stuff, but we just want to have the best image possible with the most realistic lighting possible. For doing this, we usually use techniques like path tracing that accumulate over time. We keep rendering the same frame over and over again till it gets rid of all the noise, all the extra bits that are not completely smooth and it's not complete as we would like it to be. And And one of the some solutions for improving this is actually making sure we use as little samples as possible. Often we use some thousand samples, but for example, on the image previously, I'm showing you how just 16 samples is converted to a very clean result using a neural network. And again, our goal here is to use the least amount of samples possible because we don't want to wait for days before our image is ready, right? This other paper called Neurotemporal Adaptive Sampling and Denoising actually implements this in two ways. The denoiser is pretty straightforward, which is at the end on the right. Takes the noisy image and it just makes it look cleaner. It's not simple smoothing. It's a bit more complex, but neural network for doing that process. And on the top left, instead, based on our 3D scene, we know already that there are going to be some parts of it that require more samples, more information for us to actually capture all the information about the scene. And so we use this other part that creates a sample map estimator. An estimator tells us for each pixel on the image where we should try to get more information. These two work in tandem and integrate in two parts of the rendering pipeline to actually produce faster production-ready rendering. Finally, we want to talk about neural rendering, which is when we replace completely the rendering pipeline with a neural network or something of that sort. An example of this is generative query networks, here from 2018, from Islamian colleague from DeepMind. It's similar to what we've seen with NERF, but it changes in the fact that actually it takes a couple of observation of the room, like in the example on the right side, of images from the scene, observations from the scene, the network to encode those two observations into a scene representation, and then use a second network to actually render a new view of the scene from the view that we are telling it that we want to look from. And it gets really good results. Of course, these are very simple scenes. And this culminates with neural scene graph rendering. This paper from 2021, from this year, just got released, where they actually are capable of an object-centric representation. So usually on what I've shown till now, we always see a representation of the scene that is global, right? So it has both the lights and the geometric and material information. Here instead, everything is controlled by a neural network, although we are capable of editing all the variables like we'll do in a normal game engine or renderer of that sort, like Blender. It's actually pretty awesome because again, it allows for controllability, which that with deep learning and machine learning, it's not that easy to achieve. Finally, a quick recap. So as I mentioned at the start, with super sampling, we can render at low resolution and achieve a refresh rate thanks to that, still preserving our 4K final resolution with a small reduction in quality. Inverse graphics, instead, we can create a 3D representation of a scene from few images or video. We can also use a neural network to represent 3D, also geometry and materials, as we've seen. We can also speed up the production of production rendering by optimizing the amount of sample by reducing the amount of samples we take, or simply we can replace everything with a neural network and see what happens with that. Thank you for your time. Have any question? I think there is also going to be some time later at the round table.
Thank you so much, Luca. Please, you can press F4, or you can dance in.
Oh, you mean?
Click, what is your name? And you can click all dancing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, very happy people. Laura especially. Amazing. And then we continue because after Luca and Julia and Benito be in the panel, Julia and Judita, but we have a special guest. and he couldn't join in Laval Virtual because he's in South Africa, but he is listening us in YouTube. Then I will show the video because he has some problems to connection, but we transmit from here, and give me a second. Someone is sharing the presentation. He is Benito. I will introduce him before the presentation.
Hello and welcome to my presentation titled, Oh, the Places I Went to, Experiences while Exploring Digital Humanities. My name is Benito Trollip and I am a researcher at the South African Center for Digital Language Resources. So for today's talk, first of all, we're going to just quickly go through the structure. So I'm first going to give an introduction to SADiLaR. After that, the SADiLaR focus on digital humanities and
give me a second. I will introduce Benito. Benito Trollip. He's a curious and enthusiastic person who working as researcher at South African Center for Digital Language Resources, SADiLaR. Since February 2019, I have been he is a student at Northwest University in Potchefstroom, South Africa since 2009, and currently he's busy with a PhD in African morphology. His focus is on the ways evaluate meaning and generate by language user using a specific word of word-like components, for example, Swiss words, or use of preface or suffice. The general professional interests are wide on many digital humanities and development of language resource being some of them. And he is one of our representation SADiLaR. SADiLaR is a center of many, like analyze many language, especially African language, but it's very connected with artificial intelligence. And also I want to say hello to Menno van Zanen, is my supervisor. And he is actually working also in SADiLaR, and by him, we connecting with Benito. And then we can see the words of Benito is here. Please, I can share my screen. Sunday, you can present in Spanish.
Bueno, Benito Trollip es una persona curiosa y entusiasta que ha estado trabajando como investigador en el Centro Sudafricano de Recursos de Lenguaje Digital, SADiLaR, desde febrero de 2019. Él es estudiante de la Universidad de Northwest en Potchefstroom, Sudáfrica, desde el 2009 y actualmente está dedicado a su doctorado en morfología africana. Su enfoque está en las formas en que el sistema evaluativo es generado por los usuarios del lenguaje, usando palabras específicas o componentes similares a palabras. Por ejemplo, palabras groseras o el uso de prefijos o sufijos. Los intereses generales y profesionales son diversos y pues está como uno de los enfoques la línea de humanidades a nivel digital y el desarrollo de recursos lingüísticos. Su interés está a nivel de discutir sobre la justicia y la relación de la equidad con la ley de la participación en las formas en que se reconoce el africano como un idioma y se utiliza o puede ser utilizado por su amplia variedad de oradores.
First of all, we're going to just quickly go through the structure. So
let's start.
I'm first going to give an introduction to SADiLaR. After that, the SADiLaR focus on digital humanities and some examples of DH projects that has run or are running at SADiLaR. And then 3 specific examples of events or projects that I've either been part of or am part of, and my experiences. And then, I hope to share experiences that is helpful to the audience today. So first of all, SADiLaR is a national infrastructure that was established by the South African Department of Science and Innovation. We have a hub and spoke model. So we have a hub of researchers and a DH professor and a programmer and support staff, as well as specific nodes that are responsible for specific functions. We have a digitization node, we have a speech node, focusing on speech language resources. There are different focus areas, but we all work together on projects when needed. And then we always welcome collaborators from universities and also outside universities. We value any type of collaboration. So we run two main programs. There's the digitization program, focusing on the creation of text, speech, and multimodal resources, focused on the 11 South African official languages. And then there's the digital humanities DH, focused to build a capacity of DH research and researchers. So if we go specifically into SADiLa's focus on digital humanities, first of all, we focus on awareness and support for DH as a research field in South Africa. We want to have digital humanities research done in a South African context. We want to focus on illustrating or showing the usability of existing language resources and processes in research. And we try and build capacity through colloquia, workshops, and conferences that aims at building networks and collaborations and to share information. And we also aim at providing support for training activities and also reskilling humanities and social science researchers in a more computational way of thinking. Then examples of some projects that have run or are running include the development of automatic captioning of official speeches for automatic analysis, the collection of spoken dialect data, for example, what is available for Afrikaans, Setswana, and Sesotho sa Leboa, the development of readability metrics, for example, text complexity for African languages, and automatically identifying social networks in literary text. And then feel free to visit the website for more information on these and other projects. One example of something we do to build a community of DH researchers is DH Colloquia that was started in October 2020. So it's regular speakers we have on a DH topic that range from digitization to WordNets, to talking about online archives that are available, and also the building of those archives from analog sources. It's aimed at fostering engagement between researchers from different fields. My specific experience of these colloquia is very positive. I enjoy seeing the new work of people I'm not particularly in the know of their research, and then getting new ideas when you hear what people are busy with or want to do, and also thinking of people who can help them or yourself, or getting involved, just asking questions that maybe help the presenter think about their work in a different way. A recent one that I enjoyed, for example, is the presentation by Karin van den Berg, and the title was Towards Valid Linguistic Measurement, What Digital Humanities Can Bring to the Forensic Linguistic Table and Vice Versa. So she is an applied linguist and especially interested in forensic linguistics, thus issues of plagiarism or defamation, and how to detect it through applied linguistic methods that overlap with DH methods, and to see a practical application of DH, I think really helped me identify with the presentation and engage with Karin. And I think that's something to keep in mind when being in an educational environment, to make it as applicable to people for the real world purposes that you can. And then for past recordings, all the colloquia are recorded. You can also visit that link. And secondly, the Carpentries. The Carpentries is a organization that teach foundational coding and data science skills They have a library, software, and data carpentry, and the syllabus is available for free online. Workshops are hosted in collaboration between SADiLaR and the carpentry, seeing that SADiLaR is a member. And the carpentry's website is available there if you want to go look there. And then my experience with data carpentry specifically, in January 2019, I had the opportunity to attend a data carpentry session. And it was the first time, I was in my second year of my PhD, and it was the first time I saw something like R or OpenRefine that can help with your data processing. And also using Git Bash. I was a bit shell-shocked at the beginning, but ultimately it motivated me to get more involved, to get curious about the possibilities, even though it's not always going to be helpful. It teaches you a new way of thinking in a more, I want to say, modular way of processing your data, first finishing one thing, processing the next, keeping track of your steps, and having your data preserved in a raw format. All those things is something I learned from the carpentries. And also co-hosting a internal carpentry session, I presented the regex section, a part of it, and it was affirming, it was quite positive to be in an environment where the viewer or the participants could also help. So there was an interactive document. People with the answer to somebody's question can answer it in the document. It's really an uplifting experience to be in a space like that. And you can request a workshop through SADiLaR, and the carpentry is on that link if you're also interested. And then a personal experience I had in August 2019, I co-hosted a workshop at the University of Limpopo for postgraduate students, but they were also members of the public, mostly state departments. And the workshop was aimed at teaching or introducing CATMA, which is a text annotation tool where you can define your own tags, you can work collaboratively on a document. And there were about 12 to 15 participants. And the first day was a very, I want to say, stock standard introduction to the tool, how to find it, how to use the interface. And then the second day, we asked the participants to come with their own research. Some of them were master students or honor students. And it was interesting how much they engaged with the tool once they had their own research. So something more tailored to their own needs, in the place of a very general introduction that used a very general, I want to say, unfamiliar document to illustrate how the tagging works. But once they could engage with their own work, the experience for them and for us presenting, seeing that they actually engage with the tool was very positive. So I would say tailor-making a experience for the participants, knowing that if they see the value for their own work of using different methods, it would generally be a more positive experience. So this was an ad hoc workshop that was requested, but the Escalator program is a project from SADiLaR that's more structured approach that aimed at building capacity through a mentorship program. There was also this year the initiation of a R and Python working group, which I'm part of. We have Slack with informal communication. In my experience, I particularly also enjoy the environment of asking questions, of being in a space where if somebody has an issue, they can point you to somebody who may be able to help you or refer you to a website. Or
your work can feel much smoother with Monday.com WorkOS.
Hey everyone, it's Adam with yet another.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please press F4. You can dance in also. Thank you, Benito, for coming, for being present in all this process. And continue Julia and Judita, or only Julia is here in the virtual world. Julia.
Hello, everyone. No, we are both here, but I am the one who's gonna start. So let me upload to the presentation.
Okay, I want to introduce Julia. Give me a second. Julia. Julia is a PhD candidate at Tilburg University, Department of Cognitive Science and Artificial Intelligence. Her doctoral research is part of the multidisciplinary project and seek to building an intelligent virtual agent. These virtual agents are artificial entities capable of behaving social and engagement in natural conversation with humans. Today, she has studied how humans perceive and memorize photorealistic agents' face, where they can recognize subtle emotional expression displayed by artificial entities. In addition, her doctoral work also is science communicator, and frequently she contributes with pieces on various topics of Dodder, Wonder, Blog, and Science Soap. More recently, together with a colleague, she developed an AI Forward forum, and the forum seeks to connect an idea for art, science, and humanities in the context of artificial intelligence. The last goal for Julia is innovate and propose roadmap and synthesis of ideas, and she can facilitate and developing flexible and general purpose of AI systems. But also Julia working with Judita. Judita I cannot pronounce the last name, but Rodokaite. And she also is PhD candidate at Tilburg University in Department of Cognitive Science and Artificial Intelligence and Sankey. Also, she are the National Blood Bank in the Netherlands. She studies psychological and physiological and neurological mechanisms behind vasovagal reaction in the context of need fear. Her goal is to develop a prediction model and how she can assess the risk of the needed fear and faithing and implement the solution in the e-health intervention that can help patients to learn how can cope and healing and prevent near fear and vasovagal reactions. And I'm very happy because she also is to develop the iForward forum, and both of them, my colleague in Tilburg University, also I did this PhD. And I'm very happy they are here. They want to present the ideas. And Cindy, we present both in Spanish.
Okay. Yulija Beitunat, candidata a doctorado de la Universidad de Tilburg, del Departamento de Ciencia Cognitiva e Inteligencia Artificial. La investigación doctoral que ella desarrolló es un proyecto multidisciplinario que busca construir un agente virtual inteligente. Estos agentes son entidades artificiales capaces de comportarse socialmente y participar en conversaciones naturales con los seres humanos. Hasta la fecha, ha estudiado cómo los humanos perciben y memorizan caras fotorrealistas de este agente virtual como tal inteligente, y si se puede reconocer sutiles expresiones emocionales mostradas por entidades artificiales. Además de su trabajo de doctorado, pues es muy apasionada a nivel de la parte de comunicación en la línea de las ciencias, y con frecuencia ella colabora con piezas sobre varios temas, pues digamos a nivel de esta línea de inteligencia artificial. Junto con un colega está participando en un foro de inteligencia artificial que busca conectar ideas de las artes, ciencias y las humanidades en este contexto de inteligencia artificial. El objetivo de esta iniciativa es proponer una ruta, una síntesis de ideas que podrá facilitar el desarrollo de sistemas de inteligencia artificial flexibles y de propósito general. Y también está con ella, van a presentar con Judita Rudo-Kate. Ella, sí, cierto que ella también va a estar allí pues, participando. Ella es candidata también en su doctorado en la Universidad de Tilburg del Departamento de Ciencia Cognitiva e Inteligencia Artificial. Y además está estudiando mecanismos psicológicos, fisiológicos y neurológicos detrás de reacciones vasovagales en el contexto del miedo de las agujas. ¡Ay, qué interesante! Para los que tengan miedo a las agujas. El objetivo es desarrollar un modelo de predicción que pueda evaluar el riesgo de miedo a las agujas y desmayos e implementar esta solución en una intervención de salud electrónica que ayude a los pacientes a aprender a lidiar con y prevenir ese miedo a las agujas y las reacciones vasovagales. Ella también nos invita a que incluso ya tienen para poder descargar su primer prototipo en Google Play, en Play Store o App Store. Y pues allí van a encontrar todas las instrucciones. En un momento también las vamos a compartir, Dani, chévere, para que tengan este acceso de este prototipo de ainar.io, que sería chévere que lo pudieran. Ellos ya los van a presentar, pero en un momento también lo compartimos en redes. ¿Listo?
Bueno, gracias. So I think that you can hear me okay and also can see my slides. If not, shout out. And thanks for such a nice introduction and for the invite, Alexandra. And today in the next 10 minutes, we're gonna talk about AI Forward Forum, this initiative that we started almost half a year ago. And so what it's about and some activities that we carry out to advance this cause behind this initiative. So let me start with this. Many of us would have seen these and similar headlines in the media. And these headlines, some of them, they seem to glorify AI. Some other articles, they are more, they are trying to present a more nuanced picture and also show some hype that surrounds this. What is moving? Sorry. To show some hype that surrounds this technology. And in this deluge of information, it's really sometimes difficult to understand what's real and what's far-fetched. So what's real? What is fair to say is actually that there are many implementations of systems based on machine learning techniques and also enabled by the availability of data that now allow us, for example, to have the applications that recognize images, that can recognize speech, that can translate from one language to another, and so on. So the list is not so short. But if we move from the narrow systems towards the vision that, let's say, the founders of this field of AI had in the early 1960s, this vision of solving intelligence and having systems that are comparable to human-like intelligence. So that entails systems that can generalize well. So for example, to apply something that they learned in one context into another scenarios and contexts, systems that actually have common sense and can basically reason abstractly. So these systems currently, they do not exist, and they remain sort of open questions how to build these systems and what they would require. And it's a very tough also scientific question. But I almost hear you shout that, okay, we already have many systems that seem to be doing a good job for certain aspects, for certain domains, and they are sort of narrow systems and they are doing fine. So why do we need this to have these general purpose computers? So for some aspects, this may be true, but if you look, let's say, at domains and examples in robotics and education and healthcare, for example, there you would need certain cases where sort of understanding the environment, reasoning would be very much required. So for example, if you take robotics and you want to have a robot that can operate not in a constrained factory environment, but in, let's say, outdoors, in a building site, how do you build such a robot that actually can cope with the changes in the environment? I don't know why this is changing. I'm not doing anything. So there you would need such a robot that is able to understand the environment and cope with the changes in the environment. And the same goes, for example, with social robots in healthcare. How to make a social robot, how to create one that can pick up on subtle cues of human communication and can respond naturally and appropriately. Again, it's a very tough question. And I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's changing like that. And perhaps these are tough questions because we don't have a theory of intelligence. And this is unlike in other disciplines. If you take, for example, physics, it has general relativity. If you take biology, it has evolution. If you take chemistry, it has periodic table. So these are all theories that help to structure those fields and on which you can build upon. So serving as a set of guiding principles. And AI field doesn't have such a theory. And some people think that, okay, you don't need that perhaps because you can just have a lot of data, apply some machine learning techniques on that, and you're gonna arrive at general purpose machines. But actually this is most likely not the case. So this is one of the stumbling blocks, we think. And the second one is that there's also this thinking very much alive that you only need computer scientists, data scientists, and ML engineers, and they are going to be the ones who will be solving intelligence. Actually, we think this is, again, not the case because you need a broad variety, a number of people across different domains, across the sciences, the humanities, and arts that could come together to think about, let's say, what intelligence is. And with this sort of goal and idea in mind, we started AI Forward Forum as a platform for different people, specialists and enthusiasts to come together to exchange ideas and ultimately to discern some concepts and ideas that could be put together in a roadmap, sort of in a synthesis of ideas that could be helpful and beneficial for, let's say, thinking about general purpose systems. And now Judita will pick up on from here, and she will talk about some activities that we are carrying out to advance this cause. Judita, are you here?
Yes, and I hope you can hear me. So the goal of AI Forward Forum is to bring these fundamental questions that Julia talked about back to the table and enable people from different fields to join this discussion, because designing and thinking about technology should not be the domain of a technologically inclined. It is a fundamentally human issue. So this crosstalk between those who work in computer science, but also in other fields as diverse as anthropology, arts, and culture, biology, sociology, just to name a few, is really important. So how we are trying to achieve this is basically by organizing monthly talk series where we invite researchers and practitioners from diverse fields to present their work. And we had a broad range of guests from different domains and even different countries and cultural backgrounds, such as, I will just name a few, such as Professor Cecilia Hayes, who presented her work on social cognition, then a high-tech fashion designer, Anouk Wipprecht, who introduced us to emerging field of fashion tech, which is a real combination of fashion design and engineering and science. And also Mark Zerafim from Facebook AI, who joined our discussion on the superpowers of humans and machines and what it takes to create intelligent AI. So as I said, we invite our speakers from different areas on purpose because we believe this different knowledge and expertise could enable faster scientific progress, which mostly likely wouldn't be possible if we focus and stick only to one domain. Also, the next slide will show a great example on what it means to combine the knowledge from different areas and what is possible to achieve from if you combine this knowledge from different expertise. So we recently hosted a talk given by Professor Josh Bongard, who is an excellent expert in computer science, and his research centers on evolutionary robotics, evolutionary computation, and physical simulation. And in his lab, we use an evolutionary algorithm to create thousands of candidate designs for the new life forms. Then computer would over and over assemble a few hundred simulated designs into different forms and body shapes. And they use basic rules about biophysics on what a single cell or organism can do. And then they leave only those successfully simulated organisms and refined in such a way that they could run independently, and only the most promising designs were selected for further testing. However, this is where we usually stop their experiments, because they are not as much of experts in biology as, for example, their collaborators, such as Professor Michael Levin and microsurgeon Douglas Blackistone, who actually made this design simulated in computer a reality, and they transferred this design into life. So we gathered frog cells and harvested from the embryos of African frogs, and then we separated them into single cells and left to incubate. And after some time, using tiny forceps and even tinier electrode, the cells were cut and joined under a microscope into a close approximation of the designs specified by the computer. So we assembled something that has never been seen in nature before, and those cells actually began to work together, allowing these tiny cell robots to move on their own. Overall, I think it's a great example of what the combination of scientific knowledge can achieve, and we truly believe it can also be useful in the progress of AI. So with the next slide, let me repeat myself that the ultimate goal of AI Forward Forum is to combine the scientific knowledge from various domains and form a network of people interested in creating a so-called roadmap for developing machines that are social, context-aware, and able to generalize. And of course, this goal couldn't be achieved without an input from scientists, practitioners, and basically anyone who is interested in this scientific progress. That's why we aim to inspire the discussion about artificial intelligence by giving these guest lectures, writing blog posts, sharing our previous talks, also pre-recorded on YouTube. And also we have a newsletter that we send every 2 weeks, where we share the news, not only about upcoming talks, but also some scientific articles, popular science articles, podcasts, or books from different fields. So each of that newsletter has a dedicated theme, and all resources are related to that topic. For example, genetics, plant cognition, and similar things. So the next slide, in the next slide, you can actually see our upcoming events, and we welcome all of you to join those upcoming events and general discussion on the progress of social AI. As I mentioned, also the example about Professor Michael Levin, so he is going to give a presentation tomorrow, and then you can also still join that discussion. And in the coming months, we have also Dr. Daniel White, who is an anthropologist focusing on media technologies in the UK and Japan, then Professor Melania Mitchell, scientist and author of several books in the field of AI and cognitive science, and Professor Manos Sakis, whose research has focused on the neurocognitive mechanisms that shape the experience of embodiment and self-identity. So if you are interested, please scan our QR code, which is like on the screen, if you on the bottom left, and you can find more information on our website, aiforwardforum.com. And we hope to welcome all of you to our upcoming events, and we encourage you to join our general discussion on the progress of intelligent and artificial intelligence. So thank you very much, and I think, yeah, Julia also left our email address if you would like to contact us.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Please, you can press F4. You can dance in also if you want. You have the space also. Yeah, thank you so much, Julia and Judita was here. Especially Julia, we have our panel for make a question about artificial intelligence, you and Luca being front. And then we make a question about what is artificial intelligence and some question. And but before the panel, we have in here one special professor, teacher Marnis. Please, you can come to here in front. Yeah, I'm very happy he's here because he helped us to organize this event, and is from the Breda University of Applied Science. And I want to introduce him. Give me a second. Marnis is a professor in digital media concepts at Breda University of Applied Science, especially in Academy of Games and Media. He is also a jury member of the European Digital Communication Awards and also board member for Chronosphere Volumetric Capturing Collaboration. Also, he is co-founder and researcher in Experience Lab, BUAS, and was a professor of media and rich sport experience. He working with around 75 brands, like a Sony, like a MTV Networks, RTL, and also he's a lecturer and researcher at Rabon University, I think it's in Nijmegen, I'm not sure, and he was involved in over 150 bachelor and master students of student graduation projects. Welcome, Marnis and Cindy. Can present him in Spanish?
Sí. Bueno, Marnis Van Gilbert is profesor de conceptos de medios digitales en la Universidad de Breda de Ciencias Aplicadas. También es miembro del jurado de los European Digital Communication Awards desde el 2017, miembro de la Junta de Curadores desde el 2019, de Chronosphere Colaboración de Captura Volumétrica, cofundador e investigador en Experience Lab. Fue profesor de Media Enriched Sport Experience desde el 2017 hasta este año, impulsado por SIGO y Hilversum Municipal. Además, como director de investigación desde el 2005 hasta el 2012 de una agencia de investigación y una empresa juvenil, y fue responsable del inicio y la gestión de proyectos de investigación relacionados con medios para más de 75 marcas, como RTL, MTV Networks, Sony, BMG, y como profesor e investigador en la Universidad de Humboldt desde 1998 hasta el 2006 participó en más de 150 proyectos de graduación de estudiantes. Y dentro de la línea central del programa de medios contextuales conectados, el principal objetivo de la línea de innovación y desarrollo es ayudar a las marcas a realizar una estrategia de realidad virtual basada en la conectividad del contexto de los medios. El contexto de los medios se utiliza como principio rector para medir, explorar y comprender la funcionalidad y el papel de la realidad virtual aumentada y mixta, y pues hacer esta línea, pues creó diferentes proyectos de realidad virtual. Démosle una bienvenida entonces a nuestro querido Marnis.
¡Bravo! The stage is yours. You can activate your mic. No, we cannot hear you. We're waiting for you. A question. I have activated my mic. Where is a circle, green circle in the right place of the computer? You can click there and there are audio settings. Or you can check in if your computer are unmute or can put sounds or something. And I think maybe in here there are some students of him. I think, no? Sounds, who is the student of Marnis in here? You can raise your hand. You can click F4. Ah, okay, cool. A ver. Let me see. Marianne. You can click, I will send you. Maybe when you live in the world and you activate your mic before entry to the Laval world, maybe this is a problem too. I have it before. Question? Okay, sounds. Hello?
Yo no escucho Marvis.
For technical problems, we can waiting like a Marnis can restart it, and we can have the panel now or later. Give me a second. I'll see Marnis can arrive. Give 1 minute.
Thank you for dancing. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. We are dancing, waiting for you.
I'm so sorry that I had to interrupt your dancing.
Okay. Oh, perfect.
Especially Charlie, looking good.
Welcome.
Well, so thank you. And now I have to put in my slides, right, in the presentation behind me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You're seeing it? Yes. And now you, ooh, look at that, by the way. Okay. So you're all seeing this, right?
Yes. Virtual reality.
Okay, then I'll just start quickly and just go very much through it in hopefully a fast speed, trying to figure out what have you learned so far doing all the VR. And as already mentioned, there's so many projects that we did, and I wish I could show them all and compare them and hear your opinions about it and see what you do with it and your ideas, which is quite impossible, but I hope maybe we can work in the future on these projects or new collaborations and new ideas. When people ask me, how did you start? I actually always said, and I'm sorry to say it in this way, I started in a very, what I would say, I'm sorry for everyone, in a slutty way. I wanted to have a VR experience in all the different domains. So in retail, in social, in marketing, in health, in all the different domains to learn as much as possible. But there was always one big question that I always try to ask, or what we try to do with the whole team of all the researchers and developers that we have, is that we constantly try to ask not only what is the effect of VR or AR, or why are we using VR or AR, but every time we see it as part of this big media puzzle. So every time we're looking for the added value of VR or the added value of AR. Because every time new media pop up and every time there's new media that enter the domain, in this case, we talk a lot about VR and AR, although it's there for a long time. And people start to think about, what other media does it, interfere with, or what's going to disappear. But actually, when you think of it, and this is also every time I ask my students the same question, is can you mention me one medium that has disappeared? I'm going to ask that to you as well. Does somebody know one medium that is no longer here? Oh, you're not seeing my slides? Can you hear me still?
Yeah, we hear you. The slides don't seem to be moving though. You're still on the opening slide.
Oh, this is also weird. Okay, then we try it again. Then we do it again, not. Okay. I'm talking with all kinds of beautiful images, I thought. Don't see anything yet. Okay, I'm going to share again. Bad luck when bad luck things. Yeah, but I already had some more. Now you see each other or still the same thing? Wow, it doesn't change slides. Yes, I am. But apparently I have all the bad luck. So I'm stopping sharing. I'm going to do it again. I'm really good at that, although I already crashed again several times. Gonna do it again? Same thing again? Okay. Now, okay, you don't see that one. So I'm gonna quit that one. Still. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kick them all out. Ooh, you saw something. And I'm just gonna load it again. Hopefully that works. See what I'm doing. So, it's on your screen, right? Okay, I'm trying it again. See if this works. The weird thing is you're still seeing my slide even though I'm not in.
Yeah,
okay, but I'm apparently.
If the presentation is in PDF, it's more easy to upload.
And then you miss all the things. Okay, what I can also do is just do it like this.
Yeah, you can share your webcam, and we can see you.
I'll try to have some of the slides. Don't know why it sticks there. Even when I'm out, you still, but you see. Okay. Because I see my screen in the back, but you see still the same slide, right? Every time. So weird because for me it's working. What I can try to do is what if I share the file? What happens if I share the file?
Yes, if you have in PDF, you can upload.
Try that. You can in the meantime try to dance maybe again.
Okay. Slash salsa long, no, salsa dance long. Slash salsa, you put into chat, dance long. And you can dance salsa or you can in your name, you can find, for example, samba. You click in your name. We love it dancing in the virtual world.
Okay, it seems to be uploading, but it's going very slow.
Yeah, no, don't worry. You make us very curious.
I'm sorry to take all of your time.
No, don't worry. Charlie, super good dancer.
Okay, sorry. Do you see other stuff now or not? Is it still the same? Sorry? Yeah. That is okay as well, yeah. Shall I send it to you? Okay.
In the folder of
Yeah, but it's so big that it's in a PDF apparently. So you send me the email. Shall I send it to that email address? Copto?
Until Marnis we receive the folder, Charlie can talk about the conference, like yeah, I see here is about Breda. And we receive Marnis folder, and I think we can continue with Charlie, and after again to Marnis. Charlie, are you here? Are you ready?
Yeah, I think so. I just have to see where to upload my PDF.
Yeah, you can upload your presentation, and I will introduce you.
Right.
You can use the next screen, and then Marnis can prepare in the presentation. One can see to the another screen, and Charlie, we talking just 7 minutes about the college at BUAS, and then Marnis can prepare the presentation. Okay, I want to present Charlie Hick. Has a master in applied communication from Northern Arizona University and has close to 30 years of radio and television broadcasting experience. And he is currently teaching in the Creativity Business Program at Breda University for Applied Science, where he also supervises to the college radio station Hub Radio. Welcome to Charlie. You can press F4. Give me a second. Charlie tiene una maestría en comunicación aplicada de la Universidad Noreste Arizona y él ha trabajado más de 30 años en la radio y en la televisión y es actualmente profesor en el programa de negocios creativos en la Universidad de Breda y actualmente supervisa a todos los estudiantes de la estación de radio Hub Radio. Todos pueden voltear a mirar a Charlie a este lado. Por favor, giren su avatar. Ajá, exacto. You can... Okay, listo. You can... Marian can please, Marian can move a little bit to give a space to Charlie. Thank you. Así, Charlie.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. And yeah, mine's real quick and real low tech. Oop, and it changes really fast. So hang on, let me go back to the beginning. I found the end. There we go. So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm a lecturer in creative business at Breda University of Applied Sciences. I have a background in television and radio broadcasting. I'm currently supervising Hub Radio, which is part of the Hub. The Hub is our campus entertainment network, and it consists currently of three things primarily, which is publishing, so written articles. They a few times a year publish a physical copy of what's called Blend Magazine. So it's a physical magazine that the students produce and publish. They also publish articles online throughout the year. And then there's a video section with different types of television type programming, short videos, YouTube type videos that also get uploaded, and an audio section, which contains, of course, Hub Radio, which is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, music, and then some specialty programming designed by the students. It's all housed through our website, which is hub.buas.nl. And let me see. So current website, as you can see, if you look along the top here, is the read, watch, listen sections. And that's where not only students, but anyone who creates an account can upload content. Of course, before it goes live, it gets vetted a little bit. But all students of Breda University of Applied Sciences, not just the creative business students, which primarily it's second and third year creative business students run the hub, but all students, faculty, staff can upload content, this read, watch, listen content. And then you see Stream Hub Live, and that's our audio stream for the radio station, and also when we go live with video. Let me see. So currently the live video is just hosted. We have a vMix system that hosts 2 pan, tilt, and zoom cameras and a small switcher just run through this vMix software. And then we put that up on Vimeo. And you can see a little screenshot there. That's the radio studio. Yes. Okay, I see it. What should you do? I just uploaded it. Yeah, I uploaded the file to the screen.
I can see it. Yes.
2 screens. Do it one. No? No problem. Okay, no problem. No problem. I'm glad it's working. I'm pleasantly surprised it's working. So currently our live video is just very basic with 2 pan, tilt, zoom cameras. And we stream on Vimeo. We have a Vimeo Pro account, and then we put that link up on our website, and that's how people can watch. And then we have an IceCast audio stream, which is the 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week, just music programming and specialty programming. So what you can see is missing here at VR Days is the VR part, the immersive technology. So I kind of wanted to just end this because I think it got me very interested in the possibilities of immersive technology in the hub, or in what we're doing, as you saw, is very traditional. Yeah, campus radio station. We're not doing a newspaper, but a student magazine, a campus radio station, content put on the web with some videos and things like that. So we're very much old school and traditional. I think there's a lot of potential for immersive technology, but question becomes, how do we get started with that, and what would it take? Also, what's the, how it will work, or what will work with our target group, which is primarily BUAS students, but generally college students anywhere. So what would they like and be attracted to? Because we are struggling with engagement and participation, and all the typical things you struggle with building an audience. So perhaps immersive technology could work there with our target audience. What costs might be involved, and what kind of technical requirements and expertise, which I have very little in this area, would be required. So something as simple as putting a 3D camera, somewhere in the studio that then can be controlled by students that tune into the live stream, or creating a virtual world kind of like this one for our DJs, where all our DJs have avatars and you can watch them in the studio in a more virtual world, or on and on and on. I think maybe many of you would have more ideas and more feedback for me than I currently have. I'm very uneducated in this area. So I'm fascinated by it, interested in it, but not very knowledgeable. So the last thing, and what I didn't put in the slide, is my email. So if you guys want to reach out for maybe partnerships, or we can have the discussion now while we wait for Marnix to finish getting set up. But I'd love to hear some possibilities and collaborate with some of you if there's something that makes sense for you guys to maybe experiment with, and we could facilitate that research or experiments through the hub in some way. Could be interesting. But yeah, that's all I have. I apologize for not putting my email address in the slides, but it's hicks.c, C for Charlie, and then Hicks, Hicks, Okay. Perfect. Hicks.c@buas.nl. So there it's in the chat. And yeah, if anyone is interested in trying out some equipment in the studio or trying out some techniques or doing some sort of research involving a campus entertainment network, I have most control over the radio station, but I can work with colleagues in the publishing and video side of things, see if they're interested as well. But I'm definitely interested in maybe partnering up with some of you on the radio side of things to do some things that are maybe interesting with immersive technology in the studio during live radio broadcasts. That's all I've got. Thank you. And now it's time to dance.
What? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's 50%. Can you see these slides move a little bit or not? Like the boring one now? They're moving. Okay, well, okay, then I have something that is a little bit of a luck that I'm moving. All my movies and everything don't work, but I don't care anymore. I'm just gonna talk a little bit because you all want to go to the other things, and I just want to say thank you for waiting. And Charlie, it's always interesting to see you then again here. We talk a lot, but to give you a little bit of a heads up, we're probably going to try to create the first DJ esport battle with radio broadcasts as well as DJ broadcasts and live. So if you're going to join our lunch meeting Thursday, I'm going to tell you more about it. Thank you. So as you can see, what I was saying, there's so many clients and there's so many projects that I would love to join and talk with you about, which is not doable. There's a lot of overlap with projects that you do, which is not possible. But what all the projects have in common, what I was talking about, is that we all are looking for the added value of VR and AR compared to other media. It's not about, you know, what VR, what its effect is, but we see it. Our vision is more like what's the added value compared to another medium. And that has to do because most of the organizations that we work for, they don't have more budgets because there's more media. They just have the same budget. So the choices of why should I use VR becomes more difficult and more complex, and they need to understand the added value, not so necessarily what the effect is, but the added value to spend budget on. And so where does the budget come from? So that's what we're trying to figure out every time again and again. It's like, what is the added value? And I don't know if you know this fellow. Do you still remember who this is? Does anybody want to make a guess?
Ollie.
You?
Almost. Is one of those professors that is very interesting because he also published a lot of his work in the Playboy. So maybe that's why you're quiet, because you don't want to share that you read it. But it's indeed McLuhan. And McLuhan also always told us, like, we have some problems when a new medium arises, namely that, you know, that medium, we always try to understand it from the experience that we have from other mediums. So if you talk to filmmakers, they try to understand it from a film point of view. Gamers will try to understand it from a game point of view. Radio people will try to understand it from a radio point of view and see what the added value is. But he also said something like, you know, it does not move or remove another medium. It only changes roles, and you know, we have to see in how to adapt it, but we don't know how to use it. So we're making 100 mistakes, and we made 100 mistakes as well. So we do the same things as, you know, his famous example is like a horse is carries horse is not like a car. And what we also did is we did the same thing over and over again with each new medium that arises. So the moment that we had television, we actually were using it as radio, right? One person was talking and everybody was listening, and then somebody said, actually, that is pretty boring. I think television can do much more. And we do it again and again and again. We did it with websites. At the moment that you had mobile websites, you know, we put in the website as if it was a normal website until somebody said, wait a minute, this is mobile, this is smartphones, maybe we should do something else. And that's what we're trying to figure out right now as well. And so on the one hand, we're trying to figure out what does it affect, and at the same time, we're still figuring out how can we actually make VR. And then we're looking for what is then the added value of VR. And when I also looked at most of the presentations, what we see most of the time is that the added value still for all of the things that we do is that we try to create an experience. And it can be a very realistic experience, mimicking something of the real world, which is now popular called, of course, those digital twins. It can also be something that is not realistic, that you can find it in the real world, but that it feels really real. So we see that we have to train students and new people also in trying to figure out and to see how do you actually formulate the experience? What is the experience that you want to give? But the experience seems the most added value compared to the other medium. It's more like it's better able to convey and communicate an experience. And how does that, why is it suddenly this medium more able to do that compared to the other media? And we try to figure out and to see every time that somebody does a presentation, we try to figure out what are they saying, why are they using VR? And to wrap it all up, we figured out that, that key thing of presence and immersion and experience comes from those 5 Ps that VR can create. One has to do with perspective. So you're really able to see things from perspective. One is proximity, that brings you really close to things that are normally really difficult to get close to. It gives you different options for point of views. So we can see it from different viewpoints, literally for viewpoints or viewpoints from different perspectives, from different people. It also includes you as participation. So it puts you in the place of using the VR. So it's not as passive as, for instance, television. And place, how it brings you to places and contexts is also the other thing that makes the experience or the presence. So this is a project, and sadly, I can't show you the movies because it's not working here. This is something where we use a lot of perspective, and where you see that perspective is used in a lot of health, but also educational projects. It means that you can actually, for instance, create something that solves your fear of heights. And this is one of the reasons why VR seems so successfully in most of the therapies, therapies about spiders or open spaces, or in this case, the fear of heights, because it really feels like you're looking down and up. So the moment that we create something in VR, we always immediately try to look for, can we create something that needs perspective or that has perspective in it? The other one is proximity, meaning that something you can get really close to something. And I would love to show you this first project that we have made for an amusement park, where the snail actually follows you and you come really close to the snail. And it should have been a very nice project that everybody was like, oh, that's so cute. Of course, the snail was too large, so everybody was afraid and was running away for the snail, and the snail kept following them. But it showed the fact that you can come close to something. The other thing is participation, meaning that you can actually participate in a project. You're part of it, which is difficult in other things, maybe in gaming less, but in other media, it's very difficult. And of course, even in radio, you try to participate, let the viewers participate. So for instance, this was a project very easily created with students as well, among others, Loes Ketelaars, where we try to help people with anxiety to speak. And it was very simple. So you load up your own slides in the VR exposure, and then you can try to practice in front of different audiences. And you can select different sizes. You can select, first an empty classroom to train, and then a full classroom or a middle full classroom. And we did a lot of research, and it turned out to be so effective that even after 5 or 6 exposures, people were losing their anxiety for speech, to speak in front of audiences. And we're continuing this now with another university for children as well. But it shows the participation part of VR that is so important. This is one of the projects early made by students, which is called Point of View, meaning that you can, of course, choose different ways of how you look. So together with Creative Lab, we created a lot of virtual reality movies and series, and you can all download them as well. Where, for instance, they created a movie that you can see, this is about an interrogation, a woman that was brought to the police station, and then she tries to figure out, where am I being arrested? Or you as a viewer do that. And you can use the ghost view, like normally in television, but you can also use the perspective of the woman or even the interrogator. They made a very nice game out of it as well. You needed to show and to see all the perspectives to solve actually who did it. But we also use it for research to see, okay, how do people experience this whole world, and what does changing point of view do for your experience? And we are happy to share all the papers on the outcomes, what it did on presence and immersion, but also on the expectancies that people have in different point of views. And the final one, of course, is place. And place is also the one that's most difficult, because when we talk about VR, we talk about a very active medium. And it's very difficult to always find people in an active mode. So we try to find, also solutions for when do people want to be active, and when are they actually laying on the couch like this, which is also most of the time how I'm laying on the couch in very passive mode, and I don't want to be that active. And Quest also understood this, and they now have a passive mode as well. So that's another thing that we try to find out. And for instance, in these cases, we also need to figure out how do we do that, and we take into account how people actually view the VR. So this is another educational journalistic project that we did, where we did a lot about how VR can help journalists to create empathy and understanding and arousement and engagement for topics that are very boring. In this case, it was all about a sewer that needed to be renovated. But we were like, how do people want to go through that sewer? And we thought, in the VR, they will probably sit down. So let's make a couch in the VR sewer as well. This is another thing that is very important, because I don't know how many of you, these are all the, we are all VR lovers and VR people that we love to do VR. Still have a problem like that half of the people, or even more, don't have a VR glass or don't want to buy one. So we're asking them, why are you not buying them? And this is one of the biggest problems why the VR projects don't work, especially for commercial clients, because it's not a mass medium yet. So we're looking for possible ways of how they can make it, when does it become a mass medium? And we've seen, of course, everything needs to change in the channel. So all the, the different goggles need to be there. And as a developer, you need to take into account all these different goggles that have different benefits, but also drawbacks. And of course, the costs are important, so how much are they, and can we do to lower the prices? But equally important is creation. So we must make sure that it's easy and cheap to create the content, and that actually my clients or our clients can also create the content, that they don't have to hire each time new people to make the content, because otherwise it doesn't arise. But also the tools to create it need to be cheap and need to be easy to create. So of course, when we started, we had to use 360 cameras for 50,000 euros, and luckily now they're only a few hundred euros. So that might help. The other problem, I'm sorry, I'm making you, is of course the connection in the content is really, really important. There must be enough content to put on those stupid goggles. That's one of the key reasons. What we find is that people don't want to put on or use VR. They don't like to be isolated and feel that goggle is still on their head, and that they even can't see their phones. Now, luckily that is changing, and you can access your phone and you can see through the goggles and see the real world. But that connection with other people and what others are doing is very important, because the biggest problem and hurdle we see, and I don't know how that is with you, is that people just don't want to put on that goggle because the reward is too low. On the other hand, we also know in a lot of research that it actually helps. So we did a lot of research in museums for eSport, for journalists, where we actually every time measured what is the difference in experience when you have the goggles on, or when they go for reach and you show your VR projects on a desktop, where you can also scroll around at 360 or in VR. And every time it shows that the VR has an added value in experience, that people like it more. But still, we need to convince them to put on those goggles. And we do that also by creating more content. This is one example of creation part, where we see that we need way more creation. So one of the projects that we're doing a lot on is therapy. It's a virtual reality exposure therapy that we do for alcohol addiction. Also interesting for game addiction. So I always say that we have the biggest business model. We have our own biggest business model. Because on the one hand, we create a lot of games and make people addictive, and then we say we also have something to cure your addiction with games with this VR tool. But the problem, even in this case, when you try to help people with, in this case, an alcohol addiction, and we can try to, I don't know what is happening over here, back, slides don't work, is that we create a different world for them, but then we have to make a choice again as well. Are we going to make 360 worlds, or are we going to use CG, computer-generated worlds. And nobody knows, there's a lot of ideas why you should use 360. Sometimes it's simpler, it's easier, it's more accessible, but it's also not as flexible as CG, and you have your problems with getting permission. CG is of course much more flexible, but it's difficult to get the permission. But what we don't know is, do people perceive it differently? If you want to create a classroom, or if you want to create some social anxiety or some social exposure, do you do that in 360 or CG? And so we're trying to figure out every time again, what is the effect of 360 and CG, and when do you use one and when do you use the other? Then we have, of course, the big change. The big change, what is coming right now is that there's so many developments in how to create virtual humans and virtual worlds. So we're partnering up with a lot of labs, a lot of people that produce in different ways virtual humans and virtual environments. And they're so realistic now, something that we didn't have access to before, but now we can create, digital humans that are so realistic that you can't even see the difference between real and unreal anymore. Even that is in itself a different one. And so now we need to figure out what is going to happen. So in the future, of course, we will solve the goggles. We see that the layers will come. We'll see that the goggles will be as small that people will use them everywhere in an easy way. We also know that the whole world is being digitized. You can't see this in movies, but please look at the Unreal Cesium somewhere, where you can see developments where the whole world actually now is created digitally. So it's a matter of time that you have access to all places in a digital form as well. You don't have to create them yourself anymore. But the biggest change in what we're doing as well is that we're trying to create digital humans with our photogrammetry studios or different studios. And we're trying to figure out what makes them realistic, and do we actually need that level of realism, yes or no? And we don't know that. There's a lot of research going on that there's theories, but they're contradicting each other. Some say that we need realism, some say we don't realism. Others talk about what is realism. We don't even know what realism is. The first hospital that we had to create, people were asking us, can you create a realistic hospital? And we had to ask them, do you mean real, or do you mean movie real? Because we know there are hospitals from movies with all the sounds and people running in, but a real hospital is actually very boring with almost no sounds. So what makes real, and how do we perceive real, and what is the effect of realness is something that we try to figure out, and will come to all the projects. So here you see an example of the studios that we use inside of our university, where we scan people. And then, for instance, we are looking at, do people extract emotions differently from CG, so computer generated images, or from the real ones. To our surprise, by the way, one of the studies that we did, we found that people are only able to see 40% of our emotions, which is, I don't know how you see emotions right now in our VR state over here. I'm very happy right now because I'm doing the presentation, but only 40%. But we have a kind of a benchmark to see what do we want to create. And there's different ways that's happening now. So you also see volumetric studios. I don't know who of you is working with volumetric studios right now, where we can create digital humans as well. And you see it all over the world happening right now. Although there's not many studios where you can create a digital human, record them, and put them everywhere, wherever you want them to be. We do the same things in those studios. Yes, so this is an example of the studio, one of the studios of 4DR Studios. They are also present here in the VR conference, where you have these studios where we digitize people, and then we try to figure out what is the level of detail that we need. What is the importance of being able to walk around? Does this have added value to real simulations or to 360 simulations? So we try to create these digital humans, making them very realistic, and then trying to figure out, do we need that, and what does it do? So to give you a final example of one of those projects that we're currently working on, and maybe we can work on this together, which I'm also doing with my colleague Shima, is called a project Being There. And this project is created to raise awareness for refugee and migrant women who normally have to be placed in temporary homes. And these temporary homes, of course, are very functional, created in a very functional way, very fast, but they don't give you that presence and that feeling of home. So what we're trying to do is combining the power of architecture and VR and gaming, and we're trying to show people that you can actually easily create also temporary settlements that are based on the notion of home. So through participatory research, where we interview a lot of the women, of the refugee women, we try to figure out what does home mean for them and translate that into a new design in a virtual reality museum. So where people can actually walk around and then see the difference between how the design is right now and how the design would be if you change it according to the needs and the wants of home, and how easily that can be created, and how that gives a more inclusive city or a more inclusive society, and raising awareness and donations to do that. Now, in our next phase, what we're trying to do together with UN, but also with architecture partners, is to see, but what if we then also include digital humans? So what we're doing now is the museum is now empty, so you can join it and you can see it. And but what happens if we actually show how that space is used in the first round, in the way that it's being used in the original state, and how it can be used when you create a new design and see how virtual humans interact in that space, yes or no. This is one of the things that we're trying to do. What is the added value of virtual humans, but also how realistic should we make them, and what is the acceptance of people? And that is, I think, a very interesting area to go to in the future. And hopefully we can combine a lot of our power and a lot of our ideas together and share even content or share ideas or share research across the world. Because one of the things that we think should be possible is actually, because these are virtual worlds, to share these virtual worlds with each other, that we also can do collaborative research on that idea. So that's also an invitation, hopefully in the future, if you want to work with us, if you want to work with creating digital humans or the spaces that we have, or with our partners, or one of those projects, we are really happy to do so. So also, Alexandria, thank you for making all these connections in this wonderful conference. And we hope to see you soon live or in VR, and hopefully doing some projects together. Thank you so much for being here and doing your clapping or dancing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marley. And the question is, you will go to Colombia soon?
Well, I hope so, especially in this project, the last one, is a lot about Latin American refugees and migrant people. So there might be already a connection to start with.
Yeah. Excellent, because we are connecting with 3 universities in Colombia, El Bosque, EAFIT, and University Pontificia de Cali, and we can be in contact in the future for the next conference the next year. Thank you so much for your presentation.
And if you want to know more about the lost contact, you can also, I think Shima's here as well, so you can also contact Shima and ask her more about information as the project leader of that project.
Hello, Shima.
Hello.
Shima, say hello.
Nice to meet you all.
Okay, thank you so much. And the next speaker is Irena. Where is Irena? Irena.
Yes, hello.
And she is a lawyer, and she will talk about how is the virtual reality connected with the law. And as a special speaker, she studied in the master in law at Tilburg University, and also she was studying in Bulgaria. You can see here the photo. And the presentation is violence and VR. What does the law say about it? And she almost be a magister, but I'm very happy that she have the invitation and coming to here, because know about law is important when we're working with the VR. Okay, Irena, you can share your screen and we can listen to you.
Yes, I think the presentation should be uploading.
Yeah. Irena es estudiante de maestría en Derecho de la Universidad de Tilburg University en Holanda. Ella estudió su bachelor en Bulgaria, es abogada, y ella nos va a hacer una presentación de cómo la realidad virtual debe ser conectada con el derecho. Y esta es la presentación que ella tiene para el día de hoy. ¿Ok? Irene, the stage is yours.
Yeah, okay. I think that right now should I move a little bit forward my avatar? Wait. Okay. Okay, this is me. So, first of all, hello everyone. I hope, do you all hear me well, or I need to speak up a little bit more?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Nice to see you with all of your nice looking avatars. I hope you're enjoying because I like it a lot. This is the second time that I'm in the conference, as Alex said, and I'm really thankful for the invitation and the opportunity to be here. As Alex introduced me, I'm a second year law student. This is my second master's in law and technology here in the Netherlands. I'm really originally from Bulgaria. And I love the idea that this current master program that I'm doing is actually covering and communicating the real-time problems from the legal side of all the full speed development of all technologies that are happening. And as we are currently using one of the newest achievements, this virtual reality, the topic that I decided to speak about this on this conference is about violence in the virtual world. And violence in a meaning that I'm not going to talk anything about crimes that can happen through computers and with the use of computers and inside the computer world and outside. It's just what happens if in a situation like this that we are experiencing right now, for example, another avatar decides to come and beat my avatar, for example, or something like this. It's kind of a limited problem, and it's also very new as an aspect because it has a couple of different perspectives that can be looked upon. But it's interesting and it's evolving, and I'm sure that you all know about these new ideas that are coming about metaverses and completely putting our lives in a virtual reality. So it is a possibility that violence on the virtual reality will become an issue in the real reality, in the real world. Everything is very new. There are not a lot of experiences and academic papers, not in that much also from a legal side, but as I said, there are a couple of examples later in the presentation also that gives maybe some hints how the problem will be approached earlier and what could be like the better way to approach it. So first of all, I would like to put a little bit context in all of this because it is connected with two main, we can put the picture in a way that we have two main terms in this topic. First one is the violence, and the second one is virtual, and what is virtual reality and virtual violence. So very briefly, I would like to say it, why my presentation is moving. Violence, I have put out here on the slide two very broad and very common use explanations about what a violence is. One is from the World Health Organization. It's a leading international organizations. Most of the countries are there, so they're practically applied from all of the documents that has been issued. As you can see, the second one is to academic researchers that also give a very widely used interpretation of what violence is in a lot of other academic papers. Those two are have been cited. I have put in, I'm not going to read it. I have put in color in yellow what are the common phrases and what are the common terms that we have in both of the interpretations. So basically it's we can say that it's some kind of an force to wait there can be some kind of harm, the violence, sorry, this is a behavior that would like to harm another person. This is in a very, very short explanation. Looking at, okay, moving forward. Okay, dealing with the second topic, not a topic, but a concept that we have around here, it's the virtual. I'm sure that maybe, okay, so now I need to find out how to, yeah. I'm so sorry for this. Having the idea of virtual from the legal side, because again, we need to put the context from the legal side. Here, we can say that in all contemporary talks that we have about virtual reality, the term is defined and used with the sense of a computer-based meaning, which suggests that the computer itself is a core feature, and virtual reality is mediated via the use of the computer. We can say that in essence, virtual can refer to anything that is created or carried by a computer and that mimics a real entity. Now, this term, of course, has can and should be put into specific context that gives some new concepts. And I would like just to shortly put stress on a couple of them. One of them is the virtual world that is what we are right now, and it's one of the main characteristics that are very important later when we are deciding what kind of legal consequences should be there is a virtual violence, are that there is an interactive computer simulated, this is an interactive computer simulated environment where a lot of users can access at the same time. And what is important is that everyone is represented by an avatar that actually has the ability to experience the world itself, which is completely different from the virtual reality that a person is not that much experiencing through the avatar, but it's actually the world is provided to the person by like the VR glasses and other stuff that are just presenting him the world. And in the virtual world is, as I said, completely different. And in this concept, we have the idea of violence between maybe different avatars. So moving forward, yes, this was the, sorry, the term virtual, yes. Virtual violence. Now, combining these two terms, at the end, we need to go to the idea what a virtual violence should be and how it should be defined from a legal perspective. Like two very important aspects. First one is that in this interactive setting that we have virtual realities, virtual worlds and video games, violence is not something that can solely be observed, but now it turns into actually a possible action due to the technology possibilities, as we all know. Second, violence to be perceived as such, of course, the user has to recognize it as a violence also, meaning a user believing in the illusion created in the virtual world to a bigger extent than just accepting it as an illusional world. Would in this situation accept certain actions as violent rather than something that is pre-programmed in the software scripts. So in this, having this into account, we can accept and make some kind of a potential definition of virtual violence as any user behavior intended to do harm to perceived social agents, which means the avatars and that has been created, who apparently try to avoid harm doing, as it's put also in the slide. There are, let's see. Okay, yes. Before moving to the how the law should approach this, there are a couple of examples that has initiated different reactions throughout the users. First one, I'm so sure maybe you have heard about it. It's called a rape in cyberspace. It's very interesting. It's actually it was a real situation in a virtual reality world, which is called Lambda Moon. And it was an article actually that has been written quite long ago in the 90s that describes that actually a player, one of the avatars, used a Voodoo Doll subprogram, which is part of the program of the virtual world that he was attaining, to make actions that were falsely attributed to other characters in the virtual community, mainly sexual acts performed on other avatars. This actually was interpreted as a sexual violation of the avatars who were made to do all of those acts among the users that were in the virtual world at the moment. And due to this, there were a lot of questions about the boundaries between the real and virtual reality and how the Lambda Moon, this virtual reality world, should be governed. What happened is that a couple of days later, after this accident, there has been an online meeting arranged by the users itself, and to discuss what should be done with this avatar that actually abused the system, first of all, the program, and then the other avatars. This was, as from what I have read, it has been quite a lot of talking about how this matter should be approached between the users, still on this level. And what has happened is that the master program of the virtual world decided to terminate the user's account that violated the rights. And also later, because of the discussions that has happened, there has been created, like the programmers of the virtual world has created a system where anyone can put to voting about anything that needs to be taken, any administrative measurements for a better experience of the users. So this means that actually, because of this, wait, I think that this one is moving here. Because of the situation that has happened, one user abusing the system and making avatars acting inappropriate according to the perception of everyone. And after the communication that has happened during between the users, the leading programmers has decided to change the program itself and put a possibility for users to give a feedback so that any administrative changes or anything in the system itself can be changed respectively. So this is actually, we can define this as a change that has been happened, a change that has happened because of the assistance and the idea of the users. Another, I think I'm running a little bit out of time. I don't know. Do I have how much time do I have?
No, just less than 1 minute.
Okay, okay. This is small, not a lot of time. Okay. The other a couple of examples that I put is seeing is believing. A lot of there are some studies that people start believing what is actually happening in the virtual reality. There is a real concept, and they become very much attached to the avatar that they're creating, and whatever happens to the avatar, they take it a little bit personally and put it out screen. And the other experiment was an article that has been written. I saw someone commit suicide in virtual reality, and it actually made the real person that was sitting behind the avatar seeing this another avatar suiciding himself in the virtual reality caused him a lot of distortion and like questions like how come, I mean, basically there was a communication later between the programmer himself and the and the user that there was a real consequence of on her in the real world watching this, because the avatar is actually was resembling like human beings, and this was strange to her seeing it, as it was not actually expected from the game itself. What was the answer from the programmer is that maybe they knew about they made it like this to have this opportunity for a suicide of avatars, and they said like maybe deleting it or putting it into the virtual world was, it could lead to a kind of a safety lesson, but it goes with a little bit more explanations. I will I don't have that much time, so I'll move forward. So basically two possible approaches can be achieves from like law can approach this in two ways. First one is should and is it going to be actually applicable to put nowadays criminal legislation into directly to legal world, to virtual worlds, when there is some kind of a situation of a violence between avatars. Maybe it's easy for everyone to say that this is not going to work out normally. First of all, because different virtual realities have different settings, have different opportunities, also have different ideas. Some of them are more aggressive in a way that you need to go and do, like, for example, video gaming. Some of them are more like making second, another one is Second Life, as I remember. So they have different ideas behind the virtual world. So putting and another thing is also that criminal law and any type of criminal acts or injuries are mostly connected with the real injury to a person, and this is actually obviously not happening in virtual reality anyway. Because it's everyone is represented by avatars. So in short, in really very short, because the discussion is long, applying the now existing criminal law to virtual reality violence only in the topic of when one avatar is attacking another avatar is not going to work out, and it's not really a smart decision to do. Another and maybe way more appropriate decision is to have this system protection, technological system protection, which means that if one avatar would like to do some kind of violent act towards another one, there will be a system, a message, error message from the virtual world itself, as this is something that is not accepted. This speaking goes directly to the program and the software itself. So when a virtual world is created, we all know that there are limitations, and in case I'm finishing. Yeah, and in case the users of the virtual world are aware of these limitations, there will be no such a problem. I hope it made sense. Thank you. I think I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Irena. Wonderful. And Irena, you planning to go to Colombia too?
You asked me the same question last year. Thank you for insisting.
You can come with me to Colombia soon.
Thank you for insisting. I was thinking only if the situation gets normal. Yeah, I would love to.
Perfect. Also, Irena understand a lot of Spanish words. I
Yeah,
know.
that's true. I'm reading some stuff, and yeah.
Okay, then is Vamos con Daniel.
Thank you once again. Bye and enjoy.
Daniel, please, you can put your presentation, and I want to introduce you.
I went to university.
Daniel Rojas. Okay, Daniel Rojas is passionate about arts and technology, curious about advanced technologies such as virtual reality, augmented reality since 2009, co-founder of 3GO Video, and strategic company applying immersive technology for the digital transformation of company. Winner of the Meta Facebook Hackathon in 2019, and he won an award of the best Google Street View 360 photography in Japan in 2018. Mentor of the Hackathon 360 of the Creative Commons Festival, interactive artist performance in various cities such as Roma, Tokyo, Bogotá, and Medellin. Cindy is okay. Apasionado del arte y la tecnología, curioso por tecnologías avanzadas como la realidad virtual, aumentada desde el 2009. Cofundador de 3GO Video, empresa de estrategia aplicando tecnologías inmersivas para la transformación digital de empresas. Ganador del hackathon de Meta Facebook en 2019 y obtuvo un premio por la mejor fotografía de 360 de Google Street View en el 2018. Mentor de la Hackathon 360 del Festival Creative Commons, artista interactivo presentándose en varias ciudades como Roma, Tokio, Bogotá y Medellín, pero en realidad uno de los mejores oficios es presentar Etsar Academia. Ya llevamos 2 años y es el mejor presentador del mundo. Welcome. Yes. How long? Uy. Quickly, three, pero show.
Hola, Dani, ¿me escuchas? Ah, ya me escuché, no sé.
Laura está corriendo a ver si sí se ve. ¿Sí se ve? Estamos en esas.
It says unable to activate this filter, something like that. Let me try again. It says unable to use this effect on your device, and I'm using an iPhone. Maybe it's too old. Okay. Danny, this was great, and I would love to invite you to give a little workshop to my students. So I will get in touch with you.
Wow, you have a lot of connection in Netherlands now. And now we are, thank you so much, Daniel, for the presentation. And also we can send all the people to attend this conference, the Instagram filters to everyone participating in this conference. And then we can check in what Daniel did with the amazing activity he has. And the next is, I want to call Luca and Julia. I don't know if Julia is here, be in front, and we want to ask a question about artificial intelligence. Okay, we can see Luca, and don't escape. Coming to front. And Julia. Julia is here. Well, okay. We can start to ask to Luca, one of the more important questions we have. What is artificial intelligence for you?
Very broad question. Intelligence is, I don't know, for me, it's kind of everything that uses armor, like to do something that resembles intelligence. That was also mentioned by another talk. We didn't get general intelligence yet, and we just have AI that is very capable of doing very specific tasks. So we are capable right now of having, like, we have a lot of data and we can train on a lot of data or machine learning. And yeah, where we are right now, but soon robots will take over the world. Hopefully the good robots.
Wow, I think so. I don't think so, but we hope the human will continue in this new. Don't live in. and the next question is like, do you thinking like it's important that the artificial intelligence have a son of emotion? Because we are working with humans, with normal students. And when you are so rational, sometimes you have some problems, no? Like,
yeah, it's for AI to going forward, especially like chatbots and stuff that interact with humans. That is very important. Fortunately, I actually focus on the part of AI that does not interact that much with people. That is not as much as a problem I am dealing with, because I'm mostly on the technologies for creating new content or just bring content with machine learning. So that much is an issue with that, but it is definitely one of the main topic, making our AI also capable of understanding the situation, not just in terms of where they are, but actually in terms of social, from a social point of view, because it is very important for humans. So if we want AI that interact with us, we need AI that understand the circumstances of where they are, not just, again, physically, but also socially. They are irritating someone or they're pleasing them. So yeah, there's a lot of research in that field as well.
Super. Well, I don't know if someone have a question about artificial intelligence, can make it in the chat now. We can ask Luca, but also, Luca, what do you think in this immersive environment? how the artificial intelligence can help to improve this kind of
Just in
essence.
general or this one?
No,
The
this
virtual
Naval
from Lava?
virtual. Naval, Naval.
The Lava. Well, I don't know. A lot of things. Again, I work with graphics. Definitely that can get a boost. Yeah, also it's maybe automating some things, having some AI that can guide you through where you want to go. Yeah, in terms of immersion in general, for sure there is so much more left to be done, and there is already for the virtual world that we are in right now. I'm not sure really, but there is a lot about, for example, noise reduction already that we could use, so we don't hear not like we clearer from the users. And I don't know. Also, again, soon I'm expecting, from what I see from the research, we're gonna be able to have virtual avatars that move just based on the camera and not based on us pressing a button to do a dance move. We could actually just use a video camera to record ourselves doing the movement and then actually see it play there. That is actually what I was looking into last year-ish. I was looking into generating animations for quadrupeds, so for animals on 4 legs, from videos. And I mean, although for animals that it's still a problem because we don't have that much data, for humans we do. And I'm expecting that to become kind of mainstream soon. In terms of, like, again, being able to just make a 3D animation from a video of yourself. There are already some that allow you to do that actually at the moment, but nothing that is really real time. It needs a bit of time to actually produce the result. More compute power with more data, we will eventually get there, hopefully.
Wow, excellent.
All right. But yeah.
And we will be in contact with the French organization, and then we can give these suggestions, because it's important the knowledge in the research also can be applied over real platforms.
Yeah.
And for this, I think it need to be combination, not just a company development, also what we are doing in the university. For this reason, we have ETSAR Academia and Luca are so welcome always for the next conference the next year. And thank you so much. I'm very happy with the answers. And also for me, I also want to, in this virtual environment, have a heart, so something I can express my emotions. No only
Yeah,
that.
it's definitely gonna be moving forward. Like, static faces are not gonna make it for social interaction, to actually see somewhat the expression of the others. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you, Luca. And I want to say thank you with F4. Okay, and please come in here in front Cindy and Andres Navarro and Daniel and all who organized this event in order to be our last words.
Dani, ¿está bien así o nos alejamos?
Okay. Please, Cindy, we can put the last presentation.
Y Dani, ¿puedes poner el enlace de Janelle de la última diapositiva? No, la siguiente. Esa. Esa, ¿cierto, Alexa?
Déjame ver, corro mi avatar. Sí. First in English and in Spanish.
Yes. Entonces, dale, Alexa, tú.
I want to say thank you so much for to being here today, yesterday, and today. I was very wonderful conferences and also speakers for Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador. We have Colombia, we have Netherlands, we have UK, we have people from Iran, I think. United States, all organized for 5 universities, 4 universities, Breda University of Applied Science in the Netherlands. We have Universidad El Bosque in Bogota, Universidad EAFIT from Medellin, and University of Pontificia Universidad Javeriana of Cali. And we are all together to make ETSAR Academia. This is our second conference. We like make academic. We want to make teachers. We want to make researchers, and how we can working together for the next generation, and also how we can include virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality in education, because it's difficult. It's not easy. And thank you so much. Here I have, you can see the photo, because this event is not easy, and no make it is not easy. And we have in here a Cindy Bernal, we have Andres Burbano, we have a Christian Diaz, we have Andres Navarro, Daniel Rojas, Marlins, and Benjamin DeWitt. And thank you so much also, because more than organizer also all are my friends. And I couldn't make this without you. Please, you can make some words today for the last session. And now in Spanish. Muchísimas gracias a todos por ayudarme a crear esta ETSAR Academia 2021. No lo podíamos hacer sin Cindy, que está por allá corriendo. Está Andrés Burbano, está Cristian Díaz, Andrés Navarro, Daniel Rojas, Marnis y Benjamin DeWitt. Muchísimas gracias por ayudarme, por apoyarme, porque fue muy difícil. Gracias. Ahora las palabras de Cindy.
Okay, in English. I'm writing for Bogota, Colombia, for the Bosque University and the Enrique La Yarrera School. For our team of the Faculty of Education, it's an honor and pleasure to be part of the team of XR Academia. We hope to continue learning, creating, exploring, developing different resources and strategies to use of emerging technologies in education. Thanks to all the countries that allow us of the unit in one place. Thanks to all the team, and especially Daniel and Alexandra, allow us to broadcast of even on social networks, our Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, and different social networks. And see you next year. En español. Un saludo desde Bogotá, Colombia, por parte de la Universidad del Bosque y el Colegio de la Herrera. Para nuestro equipo de la Facultad de Educación es un honor y pues es un gusto formar parte de este gran equipo de XR Academia, definitivamente desde que se inició el año pasado. Esperamos pues podamos continuar aprendiendo, creando, explorando, desarrollando diferentes recursos, estrategias que definitivamente nos permiten usar las tecnologías emergentes en la educación. Es tan importante que pues podamos motivar a nuestros estudiantes. Gracias a todos los países que nos permiten estar unidos en un solo lugar. Genial que a pesar de la distancia y la diferencia horaria, pues aquí estamos. Y también agradecemos la transmisión de nuestro evento, pues en especial a Alexandra y a Daniel que hemos estado en el stream ya también, digamos, cruzándonos tanto en el stream como en la plataforma de Laval virtual, en nuestras redes sociales de Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn. Y bueno, nos vemos el próximo año. See you next year and thank you so much.
Okay, the next we have Andres Navarro.
Okay, it has been my pleasure to collaborate with all of you organizing this event. It has been an experience with a lot of learning and collaboration. And I really hope to continue collaborating with you for next year. The event was very good. Thank you very much. Ahora en español, pues, desde la Javeriana Cali, Colombia, muchas gracias a todos por participar. Ha sido un placer estar aquí colaborando con ustedes. Para mí, para la Javeriana, ha sido una experiencia de mucho aprendizaje y colaboración. Esperamos continuar el próximo año con ustedes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. And Christian is here. Christian of Fit or Samuel. We cannot see. He's outside. Bueno, someone if we can find Christian. No. If we can find Christian quickly. And the next is who more? Daniel. Perfect. Thank you so much. And Andres Burbano.
Hey everybody, in English, yes, or in Spanish? Okay, all in all, I'm very happy that all of you came and share this with us. We promise that next year we're gonna be more organized. We're gonna be less delayed. I will really work hard on that. We always learn from our mistakes, and that's why we are a community, and that's the way you create a community. So huge hug, and see you sometime in real life as well. Thanks. Español. En español. que no entendió ni no, mentira. En español, que muchas gracias, que muy amables, que muy de la casa. El próximo año lo vamos a hacer mucho más organizados. Yo sé que muchos sufrieron con el desorden, pero bueno, lo vamos a mejorar. Así que un abrazo gigante a todos y que sigamos juntos y que sigamos creando comunidad. Estén bien.
Gracias. Vamos a borrar ese pedazo. ¿Quién me falta? No sé si alcanzó a llegar Cristian. Ok. También quiero agradecer a las personas que están en este momento en la sala. Están en vivo como avatars. I want to say thank you so much for the people are here, always present, to are in the Laval Virtual, especially Von Lee, Charles Hicks, Gisler Garcer, Irena, Judita, Julia, Laura Pardo, Mia Rodríguez, Chima, y no more. Thank you so much for being here. I want to see you soon in the next year. And we can say bye, but it's no bye for today, for this year, because we will see each other soon. And also you will receive the Instagram link for mail you have in where Daniel made today. Okay, Daniel, the last words. Okay, perfect. Slash salsa dance long.
Salsa dance long.
Yeah, slash salsa dance launch.
I think
Okay, I will get
maybe better than one in Netherlands. In Netherlands, maybe.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye, and see you soon in the next year. Hopefully, we thinking we can make this again to November or December of the next year again. And also,
Bueno,
if you want to be
eso fue
part of the
todo.
organizer
Así que
for the next year, also you
lamento,
can send me email, and we can
sí,
send you when we
lamento que
can
no
meet
me
each
hayan
other
podido escuchar,
for the
pero esperamos
organize
que el
this
próximo
conference
año
for the next
tengamos ya
year.
todo organizado mejor. Como ustedes saben, crear una comunidad pues, tiene un poco de complejidades y más estando en distintas partes del mundo. Esperamos que pues ya el otro año pues estemos súper bien. Cualquier comentario, por favor, escríbanos porque nos ayuda muchísimo que ustedes nos retroalimenten para que nosotros podamos anotar y ir mejorando, ¿no? Porque todo es una evolución. Así que muchas gracias, bendiciones, cuídense mucho y nos vemos hasta la próxima. Acuérdense utilizar más la realidad virtual, realidad aumentada. Nos vemos. Chao, chao. Gracias, Emiliano. Gracias. Adiós. Peace out.